all right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got VCC TV, Trans Girl, Jade, Cy Deathful, Quinn, Valhalla Vidya. Welcome into stream. Cy Deathful, thank you very much for being officially the first channel member. That's right. Ya boy got YouTube partner. So I can now accept channel memberships and super chats. If you really wants to give me money, though, YouTube does take a cut of all of that stuff. So the best way to give me money is either to subscribe to my Patreon or to just go to the donate link right in the bottom of the description. Actually, it's at the top of the description. First link. Go there, and it will pop up on screen, and I will thank you mightily for it. But I am now in the YouTube Partner Program. I got the required watch hours to get the, it's like a two-tiered system, so I don't have ads yet. That I need like another 600 watch hours to get there, so I'm gonna get there soon. But whoop whoop, thank you very much, Anonymous, for the incredibly general $25. I know you're anonymous, but in my heart, we all know who it was. So, with the channel memberships, what you get, there are two tiers there. The first tier is the Minnow tier, which is $3 a month. And that gives you access to a series of new channel emotes. I only have 4 right now, but yeah, they are. Right in chat, you can see I've got Hypers, I've got Fesh, I've got Bean, and I've got Hug. And who doesn't want Hug, right? It's so cute. So if you want that, it's only $3 a month. Go ahead there. And if you really like watching my content and you don't want to wait for the daily uploads, all of my videos that are scheduled out are available immediately to members who are on the Tuna tier, which is $7 a month. So I will be greatly appreciative if you join at either tier. It helps me out a lot, it helps you out a lot, it helps out the chat a lot because we get these lovely emotes. I would like it if YouTube had an option to just let anybody use emotes as well, or at least like a limited subset, and have some emotes be used at the save some like sub only. But Quinn, thank you so much for becoming a minnow. Welcome in. I know that I showed the emotes in the Discord last night, and oh perfect. Okay, it looks like Cy's membership thing did not go through in the notifications, but Quinn's did. So okay, it looks like Stream Elements is seeing those. It just probably took a little bit for that tie-in to kick in. So that's good to know. Thank you, Quinn, for being the guinea pig and letting me know that those notifications do come in. It's just on a little bit of a delay. So yeah, I am feeling good about channel growth, I gotta say. And I'm also feeling good. And Valhalla Vidya, welcome to being a minnow. So lovely to see all of these new members using my very cute emotes. And you know, I picked the important ones. I figured I wanted to go with some basics, some important stuff. Get Hypers in chat. You gotta have Hypers in chat. Like that's how you know you're hyped up for the next segment. And you gotta have the Hug. It's my favorite emote. It's so cute. He's a little guy. He just has his arms out and he's just saying hello, I love you. And give him a hug. So yeah, I'm excited about all of that. Channel growth is doing well. I had a video do actually quite well. For a long time, the most successful video on my channel was the Brianna Wu rant. And while I felt like that was an important topic for me to touch on, it's not really the focus of my channel. And so while it helped my my channel growth a bit, just, in terms of watch hours and everything like that, it really wasn't, it's not what I usually do on my channel. My channel is more about focusing on the entertainment industry, on media. And so to take a side turn to focus more on just like electoral politics and interpersonal issues like that, it it affected me personally because one of my real life friends was implicated there. But even so, it's not the kind of thing that I normally want to do. But that being said, we do have... There is a light, because I am now having another video that looks like it's going to overtake the Brianna Wu video in terms of views. And that was my... That was my takedown of Star Wars Theories and/or Rant. It's been doing quite well in the algorithm. That's right, Doe did nothing wrong. Doe has never done anything wrong. But yeah, I'm excited. My channel's been seeing some good growth. Now, in terms of the live stream attendance, that seems to be fairly steady. So I do have, it seems like I've got I'm growing in a lot of like video viewers, but maybe not so much in the stream viewers. But I've been getting pretty consistently rated by some larger streamers. In the last month, I got rated by Demon Mama, I got rated by Vosh, and I got rated by Keffels. And funnily enough, the Vosh raid actually gave me the least amount of watch time of anybody else, because I think he screwed it up. So, like, only people who were just like, oh, we're going to raid Gayfesh, and then they just clicked directly over to me instead of the redirect thing. But it doesn't matter. It helped out. They all help out. Quinn says, Fesh, like, you have a very loyal audience. Yeah, it's small, but it's loyal. I mean, pretty much every time I turn on stream, there's a couple of faces that I'm just, or names, obviously I can't see your faces. You're just always there. And it's really nice. It's very encouraging to me as a streamer to know that I'm going to have somebody. I think, on one of my Sunday streams, because that's kind of a newer thing that I've been doing, and it's not at 5 p.m. It's not my usual time. Those are at 2 p.m. There was a stream that I did, like, it might have even been this last one, where when I went live, and, you know, I usually go for like 10 minutes before I actually go on just to have the pre-stream going. And for that 10 minutes, nobody showed up. And I was just like, I guess I'm just going to be streaming to nobody for right now. But, so it is really nice to see, to have somebody there, even if it's just a couple of people. It helps me. It's very encouraging to me to know that I'm not just yelling into the void hoping somebody's gonna come in. Obviously, I always hope people are gonna come in and we get more people coming in here and everything, but you help me by being there so that I know, you know, you're very dependable, and you know who you are. You're like Psydeath, Full Valhalla Vidya, Quinn, I've been seeing you come in a lot. Transgirl Jade, you're in here a lot too, but it's really nice to see the regulars. That's one of the biggest helps, emotionally, you know, as from me, is just, oh, that's good. Just seeing the regulars come in, it's really good for streamers. And yeah, look at all of those beautiful green names. It's lovely, and you have access to all of those beautiful, cute emotes too. So we have quite a bit to discuss today because the strikes are over. SAG-AFTRA, their strike is over. We're going to be going over that because I actually, like, right before stream, I was watching a SAG-AFTRA press conference, and so there's like details on the deal that they haven't even released as like an article yet. I'm actually going to, like, we're going to be watching clips from their press conference because it was that fresh. It was like an hour ago, and we're going to be talking about that. We've got some other discourse, like there's the people who have been saying the Miles Morales is not Spider-Man going around. And of course, we've got a bunch of reviews. Actually, this week was a kind of big week for Marvel because we had the Marvels release as well as the series finale of Loki. And, you know, it's Gayfesh, it's a review stream, so don't think it's all just going to be Marvel stuff. I've got other things to review too, because I saw the film, the Persian version, as well as the Marsh King's Daughter. And we've got a new episode of Invincible, as well as the season 4 premiere of For All Mankind. Now, you may not have seen For All Mankind, but I'm going to make it my personal mission that everyone who watches my channel becomes the biggest fan of this show. I am going to sell this show to you. But with all of that, out of the way, why don't we begin with the main course, the big celebration? This strike is over. Let me get the text going. Oh, and I should also probably start recording. Would be important. That helps things out for editing. Ladies, gentlemen, NB pals, it is over. After 118 days, SAG-AFTRA has finally ended their strike. They have gotten a deal with the AMPTP, and it's still tentative because it needs to go to the member public to vote on, but that's usually a formality. This is done. Hollywood's going back to work. We are gonna get into the deal because at time of recording, they had a press conference like an hour ago because the review board just approved it. So there are details that they haven't even put out into an article yet. We're going to go over all of that. And why don't we start with SAG-AFTRA's own announcement on Twitter. Dear SAG-AFTRA members, we did it. Our historic TV theatrical streaming strike is over as of midnight Pacific time this morning, and this morning was November 9th, which was yesterday. After 118 days on strike, we are set to change the future of our industry with a transformative contract that includes gains for every category of SAG-AFTRA member who works this contract. This revolutionary agreement This revolutionary agreement achieves major breakthroughs in addressing compensation via residuals and protections from generative artificial intelligence technology while reaffirming the role human performers play in the production of film, television, and streaming entertainment. Tomorrow, the National Board will meet to review the tentative agreement and vote on whether or not to send it to you, the membership, for a ratification vote. And this just happened. This happened a couple of hours ago, and they had a press conference. So we're going to be watching a little bit of that. Although full details will not be shared in advance of tomorrow's meeting, we wanted to share just a few key deal points. More than $1 billion in new wages and benefit plan funding, a streaming participation bonus, minimum compensation increases that break the so-called industry pattern. They got like 11% raises, like immediate. Oh, it's this one's big. And for the first time, consent and compensation guardrails on the use of AI. We're going to get into that because what they talked about sounds really good. Raised pension and health caps that will channel more value into our funds, and critical protections for diverse communities. We're proud of the phenomenal efforts of our TV and theatrical negotiating committee and send our sincerest thanks to you, the members, who made these gains possible by granting a strike authorization prior to negotiations and remaining resolved throughout the 118 days of our strike. Your solidarity helped us achieve the necessary leverage to secure these unprecedented gains. We're also grateful to our union siblings who stood by our side, literally and figuratively, from the very beginning. We truly could not have succeeded without your unwavering support. Effective immediately, all SAG-AFTRA members should fulfill their contractual obligations and return to work. Members and influencers may resume services relating to publicity and the promotion of motion pictures produced under the CBA and television agreement without consequence or conflict with the union. Please keep an eye out for an email from SAG-AFTRA and follow us on social media for news on the National Board's recommendation. In unity, President Fran Drescher and National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator Duncan Crabtree, Ireland. I was seeing memes. I should have pulled this up before, but like I saw one that was just like Kevin Feige 2 seconds after the announcement calling up Brie Larson to be like, go promote this movie right now. Marvel has been quite worried about the performance of the Marvels. It's been projected to underperform, and it's certainly probably been, at least in part, because none of the actors can promote it, and so I'm sure they are happy to be able to go ahead and do that now. I'll be reviewing the Marvels. I don't necessarily have good things to say about it, but I am glad for the actors that they can now actually go out and promote the work that they did. I mean, they want you to see their movies. They want you to be excited about their work. They're excited about their work. It's their work. They're proud of it. And I am so happy that the strike is over for them. They can get back to work making stuff that they love and that hopefully we love. Now, I watched their press conference, and I'm not going to go over the whole press conference. There are a couple of key moments from the press conference I'm going to play, but they kind of expanded like on the details of all of this. But there was one thing in the press conference that I caught that will be interesting, and I will be doing a follow-up on this once we have full details on the deal, because Duncan Crabtree Ireland, the chief negotiator, he did say that they were not able to get everything they were asking for. Now, this is in contrast to WGA, which there was literally like a single thing that WGA did not get that they were asking for, at least some version of. But you know, they're different parts of the industry. There was quite a lot. I mean, one of my first videos covering the strike was going over SAG-AFTRA's demands and how little the AMPTP was willing to actually respond to. So it feels like, as that's how I started my strike coverage, feels like that would be a good way to wrap it up, is once those are out for my next stream, once those are out, I can go over that and wrap it up. But until then, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the relevant sections of the press conference. Now, I think I've got the audio balance here correct. Hang on a second. I was testing it before stream, so we'll see. Let's do this.
Serious thanks again to all of you for this most remarkable.
So here we are. This was a press conference this was like an hour ago that this happened. And this part that I've got here will be the relevant part where he starts going into the specific details about what they secured in the new contract.
Remarkable deal. Now let's talk for a moment about the specifics of the gains in this contract. The total package achieves more than $1 billion in new wages and benefit plan funding over the term of the contract. That includes the creation of a new fund to compensate performers for streaming exhibition that will be paid in addition to traditional residuals. Background actor wage increase.
Okay, so that one, this was what had been derisively called like a streamer tariff or streamer tax. We don't know all of the details on how that plays out, but that was one of the things that they were really hammering on, that the CEOs just didn't want to budge on, and it sounds like they were able to work out a deal for it. He will go into that, but that was one of the big things. There were two big things. There was making sure that they had that new source of revenue from streaming and the AI protections. And the AI protections, from what he talks about, we'll see it. They sound really good.
Of 11% effective.
Hang on.
Background actor wage increase of 11% effective immediately under the contract, along with an
11%
additional 4%
revenue
increase effective July 1st of next year, and another 3.5% increase effective July 1st of 2025, meaning a two-step increase in the first year of this contract. There'll also be a 7% general wage increase effective immediately under the contract, another 4%.
Okay, so the 11%, that's for background actors, but the 7% general wage increase, WGA only got 5%. So this is big. This is above standard. Now, WGA got like most of the general asking points that they were going for, and so maybe that's why their wage increase, general wage increase, is a little lower. We'll see. Once I find out what SAG did not get, because they don't really get into what they didn't get here, obviously. They want to sell it to people. We'll find out, but let's keep going.
% increase effective on July 1st of next year, and another 3.5% effective July 1st of 2025. By the way, during the first year of this contract, that compounds to a first-year increase of 11.28%. This package breaks the so-called industry pattern. So,
the claps don't get picked up very well.
we'll also be increasing the number of covered positions for background actors in the West Coast zones to finally equal the East Coast zones. This is a first. That change alone is projected to create 10,700 days, additional days of covered employment for background actors annually. Substantial improvements to relocation allowances for series performers, covering $5,000 per month for up to 6 months. In terms of maximum series relocation benefit, that's a 200% increase. New and very meaningful protections for the self-tape audition process, which are quite extensive, and we'll talk about those in the question and answer session, I'm sure.
So the self-tape audition process, they don't go too much into it. I watched the Q&A, and I don't really recall them actually going into that in the Q&A section. But one of the concerns that they had was that for the self-tape audition process, there was a lot of concern just about how much like production work was going into those, casting directors were not just judging actors on their performance, but they were also expecting them to basically have like a professionally done audition tape. When like actors, they're not recording studios. They're most of them are like, you know, they have like 2 or 3 roommates and they're waiting tables. They so to expect them to have like a full production studio in their apartment rather than just filming it on their phone and sending that in and letting that be acceptable, that was one of the concerns. So it sounds like hopefully here there will be something about that, but like again, once they release the full the full sheet showing everything that they got in the negotiation, we'll be able to go into that further. But it sounds like they got something there.
Sure. We'll have new terms to ensure that sets have proper hair and makeup services for all performers, including those who have diverse and textured hair and complexions.
So that means that they're not just going to have hairdressers who only know how to work on white people, which is good because, you know, Hollywood hasn't been just white people ever. So it's good.
We have informed consent, and fair compensation for the creation and use of digital replicas of our members, whether living or deceased, whether created on set or licensed from a third party for use. We have
God, that's again like there is he goes into that further on in the Q&A, but what he says about it, we'll jump ahead to that once he goes over all of these detail points.
Increases to the benefit plan contribution caps for episodic work that we expect to generate more than $180 million additional dollars to the benefit plans over the term of this contract. We have explicit language explicitly covering performance capture work for the first time.
Language explicitly covering performance capture. So like, you know, it's understandable that it wasn't, you know, explicitly in language before because it's a fairly new part of the industry. It's really only existed since Lord of the Rings. Like, you know, Andy Serkis kind of pioneered that whole thing. So performance capture as an industry is only about 20 years old. So, but that's good that it's now officially in writing recognized here. That's good. Because basically anytime something new comes into Hollywood, if it's not explicitly in the contract, the studios are going to, you know, make sure that they can go, well, we don't have to do that because it wasn't in your contract. We don't have to worry about protections for that. It's a new thing. So it's always good to get everything in writing.
That's right. We have outsized gains to the traditional formulas for high-budget streaming video on-demand residuals, including substantial increases in the compensation for foreign exhibition and increases to the residual ceilings. We have new minimums established by applying television terms for high budget, made for advertiser supported video on demand programming. We have, for the first time ever, a requirement to engage intimacy coordinators for scenes involving nudity or simulated sex.
Good. Sex scenes are, I think, like, there's been like a big, discussion about, oh, well, we don't really need sex scenes, do we? But that's a very prudish attitude. I think art should reflect humanity, and sex is kind of one of the most common things that humans do. So I think it's important for it to be in media, but because it's a performance and because it's a very, sensitive subject, like that is a very vulnerable position to be putting yourself in, to be in front of a camera filming something very intimate. It's good to have intimacy coordinators to make sure everyone's on the same page, to make sure that everyone's communicating, to make sure that there are safeguards in place, to make sure that there are safe words in place, to make sure that the set is limited so that people who are, possibly naked aren't surrounded by like 40 people ogling their junk, So, mandatory, sorry, the word I was just talking about it and the word just escaped me. Yeah, mandatory intimacy coordinators. This is a good thing.
That's right. A long time coming. Right.
They're excited.
We have new fixed residuals eligibility for stunt coordinators and the achievement of outsized increases for stunt coordinators working under flat deal minimums in television, bringing them closer to equivalency with the flat deal minimums for stunt coordinators working in theatrical motion pictures. We have substantial increases to compensation for Schedule F performers. We have the application of major role terms to high-budget SVOD and the first season of made-for-pay TV series. We have increased transparency that includes limitations, a separate writer, and a separate check requirement, and required higher compensation for anyone who's going to have advanced payment of residuals for television and new media productions. We finally, yes, that's a big one.
Okay, so I think one of those that right there, Hollywood is notorious for being delinquent on payments. There will be performers and writers and stuff like that, but basically everyone in Hollywood will sometimes do work and might not see the payment for that for months. So having a requirement for some of these residuals to make sure that you paid up front on it, that sounds really good.
We have doubling pay for singers who dance and for dancers who sing, so that they will no longer be expected to do the other specialty without getting additional compensation for that.
That's a big one. That is a really big one. They are different specialties, and if you are being hired to do one or the other, or both, you should be being paid commensurate to the work that you are providing for them. That one's really good.
We are extremely proud of what we've advocated for and won in this new contract. And I personally am extremely proud of our president and our negotiating committee and our members who have stood strong.
Okay, I think here he's just gonna, be thanking everyone, which, is good. And I'll have a link to. Actually, let me. Oops. There we go. I'm just gonna paste the link here in chat, and I will have this as well in the video when this goes up on YouTube later, so that you can take a look at the full stream yourself. But I'm going to jump ahead here because we have him actually during the Q&A section going into details on the AI stuff, and it's good.
Guardrails and terms, and if Jonathan Handel writing for Puck, and if you could talk a little more about the AI guardrails and terms and provisions that you obtained, that would be interesting and helpful.
Sure. Well, so first of all, I guess what I would say is we started this negotiation with a very clear sense of what our members wanted and needed in terms of protections in AI, and that was informed consent and fair compensation. And so when we release the full description of this, what you'll see is that there is a requirement for informed consent for the creation of any kind of digital replica of a performer or background actor. There is a requirement that consent be obtained in the event there's going to be subsequent use of that digital replica. And with the sole exception of multi-picture deals, that consent can't be obtained at the front end. It has to be obtained at the time of use.
That right there, that's huge. So it sounds like you said, with the exception of multi-picture deals. So multi-picture deals, that's something that the MCU has been doing forever, is they get an actor in and they sign them to like a 5-picture deal. And so it sounds like if you are signed to a multi-picture deal like that, you give consent if they want to use your if they want to use your digital likeness, you give consent for the whole multi-picture deal up front. But aside from that, if they get your digital likeness, they have to get your consent every single time they want to use it. Every single time they want to use it. They can't just have you sign something away and then they can use it whenever. Every time they want to use it, they talk to you and they pay you. That right there is a huge win. Now, I know some people will be like, well, it'd be better if they just aren't using it at all. And sure. But it's not just, AI protections. It's also just digital replica protections. This is likeness protections. So let's let him continue.
Also, I want to note, when we talk about informed consent, what that means is the contract will require a reasonably specific description of the intended use of the digital replica, which means it can't just be a boilerplate sentence that says, I give away the rights to use this replica in perpetuity throughout the universe, et cetera, et cetera. It has to be a specific description of what the intended use is so that the performer can make an informed decision about whether they want to agree to that or not. In terms of compensation, there's a specific standard for that compensation. It depends upon what type of digital replica it is. For an employment-based digital replica, that standard is an equivalency to the amount of work that would have been done by the actor themselves if they had done that same type of work that the digital replica is being used for.
Which means that they can't pay you a lower rate for just doing a digital recreation of your performance. Which means that actors are not at risk of losing their jobs to digital replicas of them. Because if they have to pay you as much to use a digital version of you as they would to just bring you on board and do the performance yourself, they're just going to bring you on board to do the performance yourself, unless it's something very, very particular, like, say, the way that they have been doing the de-aged Luke Skywalker in the Disney Plus series, where Mark Hamill is not actually on set. They are using a body double and deep faking Mark Hamill's face onto that body double, and using an AI voice generator for to replicate Mark Hamill's younger voice. Things like that, where they're like, we want to get a younger version of you. We don't actually need you there. For that, we have here a standard of protection so that they would be paid as if they were on set doing that performance themselves. Which means, hey, you know what? And if they want to do that, and you're like, you know what? I don't really feel like driving out and doing that, but I'll get paid as if I drove out and did that. Sure. Sit on your couch and cash that check. Transgirl J says the dude on the right's ASL game is on point. I haven't even been paying attention to the ASL interpreter for this part. I was watching him earlier when I was watching the live thing, but I do appreciate that they have him. That's great. But yeah, anyway, this right here sounds like probably one of the biggest W's that they've got of the contract.
In the case of a independently created digital replica, like one that's being licensed from a third party, let's say, for example, that's going to be a negotiable amount. And I do want to mention, because I made a specific comment about it in the press conference back on July 14th, standing right in this very spot, about the question of what happens with background actors and their right of consent to the use of digital replicas. And just so that our background community knows this contract protects background performers from any use of their digital replica without their consent. This contract assures background actors that positions that are called for to be covered work under our contract, actual background actors are hired and they are not replaced with digital replicas for that work.
Let's go. There it is. I guarantee you that if they could get away with just getting an AI replica of an actor for background work and just put that in and do that for cheaper than just hiring the person, they would do that. They can't now. So they're just going to keep hiring the background actors, which means they get to keep doing work. Transgirl J says they're going to bat for literally everyone. Let's go. Yeah, this is so good. This right here, this is such a big W. I still want to know what they didn't get. And I will point out that the contract was ratified by 86% of the board. And there is a question here. I might see if it comes up. But there was a question about what members of the board did not vote for it and what their concerns were. And he explains that because it was like a 66-member board, so if it's 86%, I think it was like there would have been 10 people who voted nay. And he said that they actually have a weighted vote system so that each member of the board has a weighted vote representative of how many people in whatever region that they're representing. So it wouldn't necessarily be like exactly a 10-person nay vote on it. But that also does suggest that there might be something big that they didn't get in the contract. 86% still is an overwhelming majority of yay, but to miss out on 14% of the vote, there's probably something in there that a lot of people thought was important that didn't get in. So we'll find out what that is. We don't know yet. I'm sure some people can piece together who've got who had the full contract. Can see just what wasn't mentioned. But like I said, this is all freshly coming out. SAG-AFTRA. I mean, I can check the website actually, see if they've got. No, they have not updated their website yet with more information. So right now, this press conference is what we've got. Once they put it out for the membership to vote on, they said they're going to start the voting process on Tuesday. So we should have full details by then. Once they've got it to vote on, that means the membership will be able to review the entirety of the contract. So we should be able to have everything then. And when I was talking about how I was really hoping that we would have this information out before this stream so that I could go over it all. I mean, I had, SAG members who are mutuals of mine. They were saying, as soon as I get it, I will pass that on to you. So, obviously, this happened right before stream, so this is about what I can get for you. But I wanted to strike while the iron's hot. This is about as fresh as it can be. This streamed 1 hour ago. So let's continue.
And it also ensures that no use of a digital replica can be used to evade engagement and payment of a background actor under this contract.
Nice.
So our background actors are protected in our AI provisions. And the last thing I want to mention about the AI provisions, and Fran referenced this in her remarks, is up until the very end, we were engaged in a very serious fight with the companies over what was going to happen with respect to the use of generative AI to create what we call synthetic fake performers. And what the result of that is that, number one, we have a provision that requires the companies to get the consent of performers whose facial features are used as part of the creation of such a synthetic, even if it's more than one performer, even if it's only a part of those recognizable facial features. Number two, the companies are obligated to give us notice anytime that they use generative AI to create a synthetic fake performer, so we'll know about it. And number three, the union has the right to bargain over compensation on behalf of those people in the event that the companies create any kind of synthetic fake performer. So that was the piece that ultimately came together on the very last day, on day 118 of the strike. And with that,
that's huge. So even if they are trying to create a fully AI performer, they have to notify SAG-AFTRA when they're doing that. So SAG-AFTRA will know. People will be like, hey, these people, they are just creating entirely fake artificial performances. No actor even went into it. These are the jobs that they're taking away from us. They will know about it. Now, what that also means is that they didn't get them to ban it. And so that right there is why it's not the best deal that they could have gotten, but they will know about it. And I don't know, maybe they could say, hey, this movie was using AI performances. This movie is not using real actors. Now, in general, for not using real actors, you can tell. But it could be just a case of, say, like the MCU just had like a completely AI performance of like some background character or something like that, instead of like just, obviously they have CG characters who might be background characters who didn't have like mocap in them and they're just entirely animated or whatnot. But even in that case, you have to have somebody model it and animate it and everything like that. And that's jobs. So, but like I said, it's not 100% of what they're asking for, but in terms of worker protections, this sounds very, very strong. And with that, the strikes are over. Hollywood's going back to work. All the shows that have been delayed, all the movies that have been delayed, all the promotion that's been delayed, that all gets to resume now. Hollywood gets to continue. We get to have new TV shows and new movies. We're probably going to be seeing a little bit of a dip in the coming summer just because of the length of the strike. But people want to get back to work. I don't know a single member of SAG-AFTRA who didn't want to get back to work, who didn't want to be able to go out there and actually, be filming things. And I can tell you they're very excited to be going back to work. And I'm very excited because I like movies. I like TV. I like watching stuff. And I can't watch it if it's not being made. And it can't be made if nobody can afford to live on what the contracts are paying them to make the stuff that we all enjoy. And now, with all of that being said, there has been one criticism that I've had of SAG-AFTRA that I have refused to say publicly because I didn't want it to undermine current effects. Now, obviously, I'm a very small YouTuber, but I didn't want to contribute to the ecosystem. But the big criticism that I have of the way SAG-AFTRA handled the strike was in the costume rules. If you don't know what that was, they had rules stating that members and influencers should refrain from wearing costumes that are of characters from struck works. And they, included that as a mandate around Halloween, saying, please do not post photos on social media of yourself wearing costumes from struck works. Because they saw that as a form of promoting that work. And they got a lot of backlash for that. Ryan Reynolds literally tweeted saying, look, my 8-year-old may not be a SAG member, but I'm definitely going to be calling her a scab this Halloween. And I know Megan Fox actually posted her Halloween costume, which was Gogo Yabari from Kill Bill Volume 1, and she like literally tagged SAG-AFTRA in her Instagram post where she was doing it, like just literally flaunting it. There was a lot of people who were just very upset about these rules. In fact, SAG-AFTRA literally had to like amend their rules to say these rules don't apply to your children. Your children can wear whatever they want, because it was coming off so bad. And I think that was a step too far in what they were going for with the rules. I think that made them look bad. And I held off on it. Like, I actually had people asking me about it because I had mentioned the rules about avoiding wearing costumes, because like at conventions they were saying, please don't come to conventions wearing costumes from strike content. And in particular, like, there was a Star Trek convention that happened during the strike where they had a whole bunch of Star Trek actors, and a lot of work went into making sure that they could have Star Trek actors at a Star Trek convention during a strike and stay within guild rules. And I did a video about that, about how actually Robert Beltran flouted those rules, and I call him a scab for that to this day. But one of the provisions was they were asking people who came to the convention to not wear costumes from the struck works, which, like, I have a couple of Star Trek costumes, you know, like, actually I haven't worn them in a while. They might not even fit me anymore, but like, I have a couple of those, and looking at them, I'm like, these would not be allowed under those rules. I couldn't wear those to a convention. But because animation was under a separate contract, they were like, oh well, we could do Lower Decks or Prodigy uniforms. Those would be fine. But it was such a silly rule that it really didn't impact anything. I mean, like, obviously, if you're buying the costume direct from the struck companies, that is money in their pocket that they're profiting off of, and like they see it as promoting the struck work. But I think that one is so unnecessary. I really don't think that it's any kind of big promotion of it, you know? And yeah, if I were them, I would have left that rule out. I think that was probably optically one of their bigger missteps. And now that the strike is over, I feel more comfortable talking about it. Somebody asked me about it, and I was just like, look, I would use my best judgment on it. Since you are not a member of SAG-AFTRA, you don't have to follow the rules, so I would just use my best judgment on it. And yeah, that was my opinion on it. But I held off on that because the strike was ongoing, and I didn't want to contribute to it, even if I might have, quietly agreed with Ryan Reynolds talking about how his daughter's going to she's going to learn what it means to be a scab today. Quinn says, feel like a better version of that rule would have been not to dress in costume of a recent production. Sure, like, don't dress as a character of a movie that's currently in theaters. Like that sounds more reasonable. But like, struck works are anything that the struck studios were still making money off of, which means everything in their repertoire, like everything that's on streaming, everything that they're still selling Blu-rays of, everything that's still running in syndication on TV channels. I know those still exist for some reason, but everything on streaming, it basically everything. And so people, like kids, they watch things, and when Halloween comes around, they want to wear the costume of their favorite character. They don't want to wear a genericized version of it. They want to be that character. And so, like, when I was a kid, I was really, really big into costumes, and I always wanted my costumes to be very elaborate. And in fact, like, I drove my mom crazy because one Halloween, I wanted to go not just as the Hulk, but I wanted to go as both Bruce Banner and the Hulk. I wanted to be able to Hulk out. And to her credit, she put some thought into how that could work, like using like Velcro straps so that like I could be just in regular clothing, but then like I open the Velcro and all of a sudden now I'm hulked out and everything. But eventually she's just like, okay, no, Gay Fesh, you have to decide, are you going to go as Bruce Banner or are you going to go as the Hulk? And obviously I chose Bruce Banner. No, I chose the Hulk. But you know, the individual characters, and you know, kids, they don't know about strikes or anything like that. They just know characters that they like. And if you're gonna show up and say, oh yeah, you know, the SAG-AFTRA, that's this organization that all the actors do, well, they say you can't go as the Hulk this year because you're not supporting them if you do that. Like, that doesn't make sense for a kid. And obviously they amended the rules to say, yeah, no, we don't care about kids doing it. They clarified it to say that, but that part was dumb. But with that being said, what does that mean for my channel? Because for the last several months, since July, I have been consistently covering strike news. And now it seems like it's pretty much over. I've got one more thing. Once the full details are over, I'm going to be doing a video on that. But other than that, where is my channel going from here? Well, I recently had a video do actually quite well in the algorithm. And I think it speaks to the kind of content that I feel like really needs more of out there. And this video, Star Wars Theory cries for 13 minutes about Andor. Man, baby hates good Star Wars. Now, this is all clickbaited to hell. I think I was actually far more respectful, but I did get people in the door with the you know, with the clickbaity title and everything like that. But what I want to talk about on my channel is, I think there are a lot of legitimate criticisms of media that get co-opted by groups like the Fandom Menace, by reactionary man babies, people who 10 years ago we would have called them Gamergate. And I don't like that we have to cede ground to them just because of the things that some of the things they're saying come from a reactionary viewpoint. And I want to show people ways to criticize without being a reactionary bigot about it. Because issues that he has with Star Wars, some of that stuff I did share, but it's the ways that he went about it, and I want to show a better way. Now, this did pretty well in the algorithm for me. Obviously, like 2.3k views, that's not a lot for a larger channel, but I'm a small channel. This did a lot. This did pretty well. I got 141 comments. Now, a lot of these comments are angry. That was to be expected, but I had a lot of people who were actually quite happy to see my my content, to see my analysis, and I had some good conversations in here. And so this is kind of what I want to do to continue on. Now, so I have had people that were saying I was just, you know, using larger channels to like piggyback off their success, and like, yeah, there's probably a little bit of that. There's you know, the clout game is real. If you want to call me a clout shark for that, I don't really know how to address that other than to say I am trying to get my name out there, and I would like to get my name out there in a way that people who consume this kind of a content can see that there's a better way. And that's actually going to be one of my next topics here. So, with that being said, the strike is over. SAG-AFTRA is back to work. We'll find out more about the details later, but for now, that is over. All right. Just taking a quick breather and getting some water before I get into my next topic. How was that for you all? Did you like that? Was that good? Are you excited that the strike is over? All right. Yeah, you're my main source of info for the strike. Nice. Well, I try my best. But we have our next topic coming up here. So, Miles Morales is Spider-Man. If you don't know who Miles Morales is, congratulations. You have finally figured out how to lift up that rock and join us in the 21st century. But Miles Morales is a comic book character turned video game character turned movie character. He is the latest incarnation of Spider-Man. And there has been a lot of discourse out there because I have not played Insomniac's Spider-Man games because I don't have a PlayStation. I would like to play them at some point. That would be very nice. But it is my understanding that in the latest Insomniac Spider-Man game, Spider-Man 2, that Miles Morales is now like the main Spider-Man in this game series. And a lot of people have been upset about that for reasons that I would say are probably mostly racist. But I also think there's a kernel of truth in what they're saying, and I want to get into it. So, let's begin. Over here, we have Melanie Mack, who says, gamer, carnivore, Jesus freak. Those are all... gives you kind of an idea of the whole ecosystem in which she operates. And here, let me double check. I'll play it and we'll see if I need to adjust the audio balance, but here we go.
Miles Morales is... Miles Morales.
So this is just... That's just a virtue signal, right? Now, obviously, Miles Morales is Miles Morales. On its face, that is a true statement. But if we go down here, we've got Nerdrotic saying, you make me proud. And apparently there was old tweets of Melanie Mack going around where she was talking about how much she liked Miles Morales and accusing her of just grifting, which I think that's probably a fair accusation. But what's going on is that these people are talking about how Spider-Man for them is Peter Parker. And they don't like that Miles Morales is coming in with the name Spider-Man because they associate Spider-Man with Peter Parker. And, like I said, there is a nugget of truth in there. When you say Spider-Man, almost everyone is going to think first of Peter Parker. So, it makes sense that people will be like, well, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And it's not like... I pointed out how Carol Danvers, at the time, actually, I was saying that she was like the 4th Captain Marvel, but I actually looked it up. Now she's like the 7th Captain Marvel. But she is Captain Marvel. When you say Captain Marvel, you think of Carol Danvers. Because the other Captain Marvels stopped being Captain Marvel. In fact, in the movie that just came out, The Marvels, Monica Rambeau is one of the main characters in that film, and Monica Rambeau in the comics was the 2nd Captain Marvel, so she was Captain Marvel before Carol Danvers was. But she's not called Captain Marvel anymore. And so it's generally seen, okay, well, the mantle was passed. Carol Danvers is now Captain Marvel. Whereas in the comics, Peter Parker and Miles Morales both use the name Spider-Man, and they're both active, and often in the same city, New York. So it can, I think there is an understandable thing saying, okay, well, if they're both Spider-Man and they're both in the same area using the same name, it can be a little confusing. And so when you say Spider-Man, most people are going to think of Peter Parker. Sure, I get that. But the thing is, it's not that big of a deal. Like, most people, when they're talking about Miles, are just going to say Miles. Like, most people who would be on the side of Miles Morales is Spider-Man, when they're talking about him, they are first going to say Miles. But because it's such an inconsequential thing, the people who are insisting that Miles Morales is Miles Morales or Miles Morales is not Spider-Man, like there is a dogmatism in stating that underlies what I would say is probably just a racist intent, that all of these people, a lot of people are seeing Miles as replacing Peter Parker, you know, with great power comes great replacement. No, and so that poses a real problem. Cy Deathful says Jason Todd is Jason Todd. Well, right. But that also, like I said, Miles is in a unique situation because he's Spider-Man while the previous Spider-Man is still Spider-Man, whereas when Jason Todd was Robin, Dick Grayson was Nightwing. So, you know, and like, you also have, but that's also an interesting situation too, because depending on which version of Batman lore you're looking at, like say The Dark Knight Returns, I don't even remember her name, but she was the first female Robin, but she was in The Dark Knight Returns, which was like an Elseworlds story that was told around the time I think Tim Drake was Robin, or it might have been Jason Todd was Robin at that point. I don't remember exactly. It was the 80s, so Jason Todd was Robin at some point in the 80s. I don't remember when it was he died. Anyway, yeah, I still think because Miles has the name Spider-Man at the same time as Peter Parker, it's a little bit of a different situation. But when Miles was created, he was created for an alternate universe. Marvel used to have an imprint called Ultimates, in which they were basically starting up a new universe that was free from the 50 years of comics canon that you know they were carrying. They were just starting fresh with everything, a new spin on all of the characters. And the Ultimates imprint really is kind of one of the big influences on the MCU. Like Nick Fury being Sam Jackson, that started in the Ultimates. Nick Fury in the main Marvel comics was a white guy, basically until the MCU started, and then they had like his son, Nick Fury Jr., show up who's black. But like there was even an issue of the Ultimates, which was the Ultimate Universe's version of the Avengers. They literally had an issue where they were just talking about who they would get to play them in a movie, and Nick Fury's just there like, come on, you know I'm Sam Jackson. When Miles Morales was created for the Ultimates timeline, Peter Parker was dead. They had killed off Spider-Man in the Ultimates timeline. Now, he was totally fine in the main timeline, but they wanted to mix things up. Brian Michael Bendis had an idea, why don't I make a black Spider-Man? And so we got Miles Morales from that. And I have actually read... I don't think I've read much from Miles Morales since he joined the 616 universe, the main Marvel Comics continuity, but I did read pretty much his entire run in the Ultimates universe. And I don't think any of these people did, because there's this kind of a running theme that I see with people who are like, oh, why do you have to take all of these legacy characters and then make them, you know, a different race there? Why can't you create new characters? Well, Miles Morales is a new character. Sure, he's got the title of Spider-Man, but he has his own power sets. So he was bit by a different kind of spider, so he's got different powers. I mean, he's got, you know, the classic Spider-Man powers. He can swing from webs, although that's not a power, that's a gadget. But he can stick to walls. He's got his spider sense and everything, but he's also, you know, got his Venom Strike, which is an electrical shock that he can project onto people, as well as camouflage. He can turn invisible. So he's a different character, and it's interesting too that they would say, you know, why do you have to take from you know, white characters? Why can't you go and create something new? Because a ton of the elements of Miles Morales were actually adapted for the Tom Holland version of Spider-Man, the Peter Parker Tom Holland Spider-Man in the MCU. The character of Ned in the MCU is literally he's just Genki. He's just Miles' friend Genki. They just changed his name to Ned and gave him to Peter, but he's just Genki. The whole idea that Peter is attending a STEM-focused special school. In the comics, I'm pretty sure Peter was just attending a regular high school, whereas Miles was going to a charter school. And they took that. They're like, hey, he's going to special school. Let's do that. And then, probably I would say, something that maybe not everyone has picked up on, but one of the running themes of the MCU Spider-Man is that he really doesn't have his own rogues gallery. Basically, every villain that he has dealt with has been somebody else's villain. Has been somebody else's rogue gallery, and usually somebody who was pissed off at Tony Stark. You know, the first Spider-Man, his villain is the Vulture, who's pissed off because he got run out of work because of Tony Stark. In Spider-Man Far From Home, it's Mysterio, who's pissed off at Tony because Tony stole his work and then fired him. And in Spider-Man 3, Peter's dealing with villains from previous iterations of Spider-Man. They aren't his villains, they're somebody else's Spider-Man villains. And that was a running theme that Miles had to deal with, is that even though he's not Peter Parker, once he donned the mask and was going around shooting webs and slinging webs and sticking to walls, well, all of Peter's enemies showed up coming after him. So even when we eventually get the MCU adaptation of Miles, we know it's coming. There's no chance they don't. He's such a popular character. They're absolutely going to bring him in. They've already hinted that he's in the MCU, because in Spider-Man Homecoming, we meet the Prowler, played by Donald Glover. Yes, Donald Glover. For a second, I was like, wait, is it Danny Glover or is it Donald Glover? No, they're not related, but I got their names mixed up. Donald Glover, he plays the Prowler. And he's in like one or two scenes. He's interrogated by Spider-Man, and he says, like, at one point, he's like, I don't want those weapons in this community. I got a nephew who lives here, and obviously that nephew is Miles. So yeah, Miles is going to show up in the MCU, but his adaptation is going to feel a little weird because a lot of the things that make Miles Miles have already been adapted for Peter Parker in the MCU. So they're going to have to find a new spin on him. So for the people who are just like, they're taking stories from a white man. Well, not in this case. No, in this case, a lot of Miles' story was taken by Peter Parker. As for just the dogged insistence that they're, trying to replace Peter with Miles, if they were trying to replace Peter with Miles, Peter wouldn't still be going around calling himself Spider-Man. Okay? Peter Parker isn't going anywhere. He's the most popular comic book character next to, like, Batman and Iron Man. And Iron Man's a very recent one, okay? Iron Man was never a super popular character, not until the movies. Before 2008, the three most popular comic book characters were Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man. So Spider-Man, as Peter Parker, is not going anywhere. He might be getting less stories as we see other Spider people get stories, but that's okay because we've already... How many Spider-Man movies are there? Okay, right now, we have had just mainline live-action Spider-Man films, not even counting the Avengers movies or other team-up stuff like that. We have had 9 live-action Spider-Man movies with 3 different Peter Parkers. Those aren't going anywhere. Those movies are always going to exist. David Zaslav doesn't own Sony, so he can't delete those things from existence. So those are always going to be there, and they're going to keep making more movies with Peter Parker as Spider-Man. But they're also going to be making movies about Miles Morales and other people. Gwen Stacy is going to be getting a Spider-Woman animated spin-off from the Spider-Verse movies. And like, yeah, in Across the Spider-Verse, Peter was actually a very minor role in that. He's kind of like a gag side character, but everybody recognizes that movie as a Spider-Man movie. Nobody would say that's not a Spider-Man movie. There's so many Spider-Man in that movie. There's all of the Spider-Man in that movie. And Peter's just kind of a side part of it, because when you've got a multiverse of Spider people, it kind of is boring to just focus on Peter when you've got so many other people. Peter's had plenty of stories, and he will continue to have plenty of stories, but there's going to be room for others. And so this dogged insistence that Miles Morales is not Spider-Man, that he's taking something away, and that we're losing Peter Parker, you're not losing Peter Parker, I promise you. And anybody who's telling you that you are is trying to sell you down a pipeline that leads to conspiracies about the Great Replacement and other like Nazi stuff like that. So don't believe it, don't fall for it, and don't worry. Peter's not going anywhere. Peter Parker is still Spider-Man, but Miles Morales is Spider-Man. All right. That was a good one. Transgirl J says, I would like to see Tom Holland Spider-Man meet with Miles Morales Spider-Man. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that's going to happen. It might even be in the next Spider-Man movie. We don't really have a lot of details on it. I know they're going to be... I think they're planning on doing another trilogy with Tom Holland, and that would make sense to introduce Miles as like a sidekick Spider-Man for him. Or even just, have him slowly replace Peter Parker. But like that makes sense too, though, right? Because, not every MCU actor remains forever. I mean, the only only like original Avengers that we've still got around are Thor, Hawkeye, and the Hulk. And like Jeremy Renner, after that snowplow accident, I don't think he's going to be doing much action. So we've got Kate Bishop as the new Hawkeye, so she's probably going to be replacing him for the most part. But there's going to be a Thor 5 coming out, and Hulk's going to be in more things. Even if Mark Ruffalo gets super old, Hulk is a CGI character, so it's not too hard to have him, even if he's not doing as much of the physicality in the mocap, you could still do the voice performance and the facial mocap for him pretty much until he dies. But for a lot of these characters, like, not all of these actors want to be doing the MCU for the rest of their lives, and so having legacy characters come in to replace them, it's gonna happen. So at some point, I think Tom Holland will probably be like, I'm done playing Spider-Man, and Miles Morales can be the new one in the MCU. We've got Ironheart she's being set up to be kind of, the new Iron Man showing up. Transgirl Jade says Mark Ruffalo is a Silver Fox. You don't like, sometimes I can see what people see in him, but other times they're just like, he's not my type. Like there's that movie coming out, Poor Things, where he's like the love interest of Emma Stone's character, and I just look at it and I'm just like, what do you see in him? I don't see it. You say RDJ didn't want to play Iron Man anymore. Yeah. And there's been talks behind the scenes. I don't know if RDJ has been in active communication on that, but like some of the concerns about the underperformance of the MCU since Phase 4 and 5, that they maybe want to bring back the original Avengers and stuff, but I really hope Robert Downey Jr. doesn't come back. Like, I hope he says, no, there's no amount of money that you can pay me. I'm rich enough. I don't need it. I'm done playing that character. I really hope he tells them no. But, yeah. Anyway, since we are on the topic of Marvel, I need to check. Let me see. Okay, good. That is working. We've got a movie review to to do, and I have some spoilery thoughts about it, so I wanted to make sure that my spoiler tag still worked. They bring back RDJ as Iron Man, it'll do a disservice to his final scene in Endgame. Yeah, I agree. Now, if they do bring him back, it would be as a multiverse version of him, so it wouldn't be like they are undoing the death of the main timeline, Tony Stark. But I still think it undervalues his death when it's like, well, yeah, sure, he died, but like we just went to one universe over where he was able to defeat Thanos without dying. And so he's effectively the same character, except that he didn't die. Like there's always a risk of that, and that really undermines his sacrifice to do that. I'm not the hugest fan of the multiverse arc that they are currently on. And we'll get into that. But why don't I go ahead and get started on the review. Mary Sue Iron Man. Okay. The Marvels is out. That's right. The sequel. The long-awaited sequel to everybody's favorite Marvel movie, Captain Marvel, is now out, and it was about as bad as I was expecting, which is to say it's not the worst movie ever, but there are quite a few issues with it, and I think it's gonna be landing with a pretty resounding meh. I do have quite a lot of thoughts about it, and at some point in here I will be getting into the spoilers, and when I do that, oops, wrong button. And when I do that, you will see this pop up. So when you see this on screen, if you want to keep watching, just mute it until it goes away. But let's talk about it. Now, as the film title suggests, The Marvels, it's not just about Captain Marvel. We have two other characters as well. We've got Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel, who we already saw in her own Disney Plus show, as well as Monica Rambeau, who we saw as a kid in Captain Marvel, but as a kid, she's not really she's not really the same character anymore, right? Like, as an adult, she's grown up, so it's basically like a new character. But we did see her in WandaVision, where she got her powers. Now, I remember seeing people beforehand going, am I going to need to do like homework and watch 3 Disney Plus shows before I watch The Marvels? Because, like I said, Monica Rambeau, as an adult, shows up in WandaVision. Miss Marvel has her own Disney Plus show. And Nick Fury's in this movie, and he just had Secret Invasion. And I will say that you don't need to watch any of these. If you want, I would say the most relevant one to watch would be Miss Marvel. I would say if there's anything close enough to, required homework for the movie, it would be Miss Marvel, but you really can just go in without it. But it's kind of eh. The film is attempting to make up for lost time in terms of like women superheroes having actual relationships with other women in the MCU. The only other franchise where we actually see that developed is the Black Panther films, but like even then there's stuff that's unearned. Like, we all remember the She's Got Help scene from Endgame where all of the female superheroes lined up in a girl power moment, and you had reactionary types going, oh, Marvel went woke and it was bad because they're forcing women on us. But the real problem with that scene was it was pandering without putting in the work. They were trying to flex on how many women they had in the MCU, except that most of those characters had never had a scene together before. They didn't know each other, and they were all teaming up behind Carol, who, let's be honest, didn't need the assist. The problem with that scene was not Marvel's forcing women on us. The problem was Marvel wants credit without doing the real work of giving them meaningful relationships. It's easy to film like a back-to-back badass moment, but those are always made better by the characters having scenes of conflict and growth building up to it. Like Hot Fuzz. the big action scene at the end of Hot Fuzz, it wouldn't be anywhere near as memorable as it was if not for the entire film building up to that payoff. And so while I'm happy for this film that we've got 3 female leads who get a lot of character growth together, building them up as a team, and seeing their conflicts and their conflict resolutions and seeing them learn to work as a unit, a lot of that is great. But that being said, this film is also not immune to the problem of Marvel wanting to jump ahead and not do the work of actually building the character relationships. Valkyrie shows up very briefly in this film. Mild spoilers, just that she exists in this film, but like she's not in the film. It's just a cameo. But the only time we saw Valkyrie and Carol together before was in the Endgame battle. And here, they're treated like they're old friends, and there's like even like the potential hint that they might be something more than just friends, but like in a way where like, you can suggest it and like they can edit out like 2 frames for the Chinese market, the way Marvel does these things. But the thing is, we've never seen them interact before. And here we are seeing them talk like they're old buddies. And like, if this was a moment where they had that moment before in a previous movie and Valkyrie shows up just for them to have this bit, that would be one thing. They'd be like, oh, that's nice, they're acknowledging that. But here it comes out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, you want credit for something you didn't do the work for. You want us to believe that there is this. And like, there was an opportunity to have built on that because Valkyrie was in Thor: Love and Thunder. And we had like a whole thing where Valkyrie was, King of Asgard, and as King of Asgard, she's doing a lot of work building up New Asgard. And like, New Asgard doesn't just have Asgardians there. There's all sorts of aliens living there. And I kind of got the impression that she's built up New Asgard as kind of like a refugee place for alien diaspora throughout the galaxy. So it would make sense that she and Carol would be friends, because Carol might be helping out people who are in need and getting them to New Asgard. So you could have had a scene in Thor: Love and Thunder where Carol is there meeting with Valkyrie about something, and just, they could be chatting like pals, and then she goes off. And that way, when Valkyrie shows up here, it doesn't feel like, coming out of nowhere. Like, there's potential there that you could have made it work, but they didn't do the work. So, as I'm talking about the issues with them, wanting the credit for having the female characters without giving them meaningful relationships with other women, or jumping ahead and skipping the part where they do the work to do that, I will also say that Marvel has a problem where they don't care about the villains at all, and their main focus in these films is like having that the banter and the relationship building between the different heroes who are teaming up in that film, right? And I like seeing heroes team up. It's not as special as it was when the Avengers did it, but I feel like a lot of that ends up being done at the expense of having actually memorable villains. And the villain in this movie, Darban, she's given just the most paper thin of motivations, which sucks because like there was potential in there for them to have built up more. And I guess at this point, we're going to go into spoilers because I kind of need to talk about her whole thing. So once I get this up, if you don't want to be spoiled, just mute the stream. And once it's gone, you can unmute the stream. But here we are. We're in spoilers. You have been warned. I'm not going to try and spoil too much, but I am going to be talking about it. So Darban, she is the current leader of the Kree Empire. And she's the leader of the Kree Empire after Carol went and destroyed the Supreme Intelligence. She did that between movies, because that was at the end of Captain Marvel. She said she was going to go and destroy it all. But as it turns out, when Carol did that, It led to a Kree civil war, which ended up leading to basically the depletion of most of the Kree's natural resources on their home planet. Their sun is dying, their atmosphere is dying, their water is dried up. And Darban is basically, she sees Carol as the reason for all of that, because but Carol, by destroying the Supreme Intelligence and then just going off somewhere else, just left them to their own devices to fall into those patterns. And I think there's an interesting story that could be told there about the ways that military interventionism can lead to unintended consequences and drive people toward extremism. That would have been a really good villain to build up, because that's like, on paper, what was the backbone of the villain. But like, I've already given the film, I've already given it more attention just in these last couple sentences than the film itself talks about addressing them. Like, they literally just have a couple lines of dialogue about it. That's it. And she could have been a far more compelling villain if they had felt, you know, the desire to delve into that. Instead here, she is just angry lady who is going to rain destruction on different planets because she's angry at Captain Marvel. There's so much more interesting that you could do with that. And one of the planets that she goes after is a planet that it has some Skrull refugees on it. And since Secret Invasion just came out, where we find out that most of the Skrulls are on Earth, and then like once everyone found out that Skrulls have been living on Earth and there's like 1 million of them, like the US president declares war on the Skrulls by the end of that series. But that's not brought up at all here. And once the Skrulls, the Skrull refugees planet is being attacked, like they go and they get Valkyrie to go and rescue the Skrull and presumably take them to New Asgard, which is on Earth, where the US president has declared war on Skrulls. But that isn't addressed at all in this film. So, like, are they just gonna treat Secret Invasion like it, you know, doesn't matter? Like, if they want to say Secret Invasion didn't matter because it was so bad, I am happy to pretend like it didn't happen. Okay, when we had the Marvel television series before they were like the Disney Plus series, and like there was still like the veneer of maybe they're in the MCU, maybe they're not. Everyone was happy to completely ignore the Inhumans TV show because that was so bad. Everyone was just pretend like that one didn't happen. If they want to do that with Secret Invasion, if they want to decanonize it, fine by me, but they should probably say something about it, because it's a little weird to have a show where Skrulls have been revealed to be living among people on Earth, and now there's a declaration of war against them. Yeah, for that to be then Valkyrie just goes and picks them up and takes them to New Asgard, that's a problem. Quinn says Marvel will be like, I forgore. Well, also, I don't even know that they forgore. Secret Invasion had like a lot of rewrites and reshoots pretty much right up to the end. There was, you know, they like heavily reworked that show, and it just ended up being a confusing mess. So like it may just be a thing of the story for the Marvels was probably locked long before they finished working on Secret Invasion. So I don't know. But I think that's probably all of the major spoilers. So spoilers are over. I have taken this tag off. If you don't want to be spoiled, I am done talking about the very specific things going on. Actually, no, sorry, my mistake. I just thought of one more. Okay, this one is a spoiler for the post-credits thing, and this was actually something that had been leaked before the movie came out, at least a description of what it was. I don't know if the actual footage had been leaked, but at the end, Monica is in a different universe, and it turns out it's the X-Men universe. because we see Hank McCoy, the Beast, played by Kelsey Grammer, who played him in X3. Or X-Men 3 The Last Stand, or I don't even remember what the official... I think it was just X-Men The Last Stand, but it could be X-Men 3, whatever. Anyway, Kelsey Grammer played Beast in the Fox X-Men movies, and so she goes in, and it looks like she's in that universe. She's in the Fox X-Men universe now. Which sucks, because if they finally got the X-Men, I want to see the X-Men in the MCU universe, not in a parallel universe. I don't want mutants to be something from a parallel universe. I want to see Marvel's version of the mutants. They've already done that. Kamala Khan is a mutant. I thought that they were going to use her to introduce the X-Men, but it's not even Kamala Khan who's stuck in the other universe with the X-Men. It's Monica Rambeau. So what are they doing with the X-Men? If they're just going to bring in the Fox X-Men franchise instead of building their own, I want nothing to do with that. I want to see the MCU's own spin on the X-Men. I don't want them to do this multiverse crap with it. Okay, now I'm done with spoilers. Overall, the movie is not great. The action set pieces are mostly what you would expect from a Marvel movie, a bunch of CGI stuff thrown at the screen. I would say some of the choreographed fight stuff going on was a little clever, because one of the big things is their powers are entangled, so they switch places when they use their powers at the same time, and them learning to, coordinate and get in sync and like figure out ways to do combo attacks making use of that ability. Some of that was a little more clever, but overall, this is a big meh of a movie. And I don't know. Now, this part, you could say it's a spoiler, but I'm not going to spoiler tag it because it really has no bearing on the actual plot. It's just building up the next thing. And it's that it looks like they're going to be doing the Young Avengers. It looks like Kamala Khan is going to be building up the Young Avengers because she goes and recruits Kate Bishop, the new Hawkeye. And I'm curious to see who they get for the Young Avengers. I've been seeing some suggestions that they had, like, Heimdall's son was in Thor 4, and there was also Thor's adopted daughter in Thor 4, who, Love, she could possibly be in it. But none of the suggested members for the Young Avengers that I've seen have included Spider-Man, which seems really odd to me because Peter Parker is still, like, pretty young. I mean, Kate Bishop, like, she even says she's not a kid, she's 23, but, she's young enough. Like, having the Young Avengers team up like that, it seems like Spider-Man would be an obvious fit. Now, maybe they want to wait until they've got Miles Morales and have him be in the Young Avengers, and that would be totally fine with me. I feel like if you're doing a Young Avengers, and Spider-Man in the MCU is young, just throw him in there. That would be fun. So, all that being said, this movie's meh. You're going to see people who are blaming everything on Marvel going woke and making it all about the women and saying that Brie Larson is an awful person because they saw one thing that she said clipped out of context this one time. None of those are the reason why this movie sucks. I actually think the performances of the leads are quite good. I like Brie Larson as a performer. I liked her in The Room. Or Room. The Room is a completely different movie. I liked her in Room. I think she's a very capable actress. I think direction-wise, there was some weird choices in this movie. And I don't know how much of that is to point toward Nia DaCosta and how much of that is just the way that Marvel makes their movies, where like they just bring in the director to fill in the human bits between all of the planned action set pieces. this movie doesn't look like it's doing that well, and the two reasons for that, I would say primarily, it's not because Brie Larson is some unlikable person who is awful and destroying mankind. It's because, for one thing, the strikes were going on, the actors couldn't promote it, that hurt the box office, and for another thing, there's Marvel fatigue, and the movie just didn't really look that great. It wasn't that great, not because it was starring women, but because it was just another Marvel product. It didn't look particularly inspired to begin with, and after having seen it, I didn't feel like there was any particularly big inspiration. I don't think they had anything majorly important that they wanted to say with the movie. And that's why the movie's not that great. So, there it is. Okay, Loki. Series finale. Here we go. Last week, I was feeling very hopeful that they were actually going somewhere interesting with the show, and I am happy to report that I really, really liked the series finale. For most of the show's run, there has been this weird undercurrent where, because the TVA has like magic dampeners, Loki hasn't been able to use his powers for most of it. And so because of that, a lot of it just feels like they kind of forgot that Loki is the god of mischief, who has, you know, all sorts of magical powers, and so he just kind of, you know, like you lose a lot of the feel of who Loki has been in the MCU before, and the fact that he is a god. And this episode fully embraces him not just being a god, but really becoming a god. And it's so good. Because he learns how to control his time slipping, and he's dealing with, you know, the collapse of the loom and stuff, but he's able to basically at will move through time now. He basically he basically saves scums trying to save the universe. Every time something fails, he just jumps back and is like, okay, here's the new thing that I need to fix. But he does it over and over again. They literally have like a SpongeBob style gag that says centuries later, and where he's still doing it. Like, he goes and learns like basically all of temporal physics in order to try and fix the problem. And like, I had in my notes, I'm like, I think he's just becoming the god of time at this point. And that really is kind of what the show is setting up. Because the more things that he tries, the more he realizes that what he's trying is the wrong approach. He ends up going back to the season 1 finale and talking to He Who Remains again, and he finds out that even after He Who Remains was killed, Loki and everyone was still ending up following a plan that He Who Remains had set in motion. Like, He Who Remains is just like, how many times have we had this conversation? I'm glad to see that you figured out how to control the time slipping now. Like, he expected all of this. And it really feels like seeing this finale, like, I get the feeling now that they had a coherent plan from the start for this show, which feels very rare for an MCU show. I feel like everything came together really well. And while I won't go too much into how the show itself actually ends, I will say that Loki fully embraces being a god, and what he does is so important just in terms of where they're building the multiverse saga. Like, this is the first time where I've actually felt like I'm interested to see what they do with it. Because just based on how this show ends, where Loki is, I'm positive we're going to see him again, because he is playing a pivotal role in quite literally holding the multiverse together. And that's all I'll say there without spoiling too much more, but I really liked this finale. I think Loki has been one of the more creative of the Disney Plus shows. And while I have, been hesitant to allow myself to enjoy it because I have been feeling the Marvel fatigue, I really liked this episode. I really liked this season. I really like Tom Hiddleston. He plays a fantastic Loki. He's one of, Marvel has a villain problem, and sure, Loki's no longer a villain, but he started as one, and in terms of the villains that the MCU has had, he's certainly one of the more interesting characters because they've given him time to develop. I really like it, and I want to see him come back, because where they leave his character here, I think there is so much potential for it going forward. And I'd be willing to put money on it. If somebody wants to bet me $10, this bet won't pay off for a couple years, but I'm willing to put money that Loki is going to be in the next Avengers movie. He's going to be in the Kang Dynasty. I don't know that he will play the most pivotal role in it, but I think he'll play a somewhat important role in it. So, yeah, I really liked this episode. I really liked this show. I think, as I just saw the Marvels and wasn't that excited with that, I watched them both the same day. Yesterday I saw the Marvels, and then I went home and saw that Loki was out. I watched that, and now I'm kind of feeling cautiously optimistic about the future of the MCU. Now, I know that's going to be dashed as soon as the next thing comes out, because I know that they've been having problems with developing their TV shows, and I know their movies haven't been doing as well as they want, and I know they they had half of Daredevil Born Again films, and they decided to scrap it all, and they're starting over with that show. So I know that they don't have a strong hold on the steering wheel here. But for the time being, where they went with Loki gives me hope. And if they can get the people who were involved in writing Loki to make more things in the MCU, I feel like there is hope yet for the future of the MCU. Okay, now for these next movies, I saw them a couple days ago, and I didn't write my notes down on my computer, so I gotta pull out my phone for that. So give me just a minute, and I also need to take a sip of water, but we'll be talking about the Persian version next. Mr. Krabs says, and third thing is Disney support Israel, so there's a boycott against the company. So I don't think Disney is one of the primary focuses of BDS. I'm actually going to pull that up here, because I know there's specific companies that they want you to focus on, because there's so many companies that you literally can't boycott them all. So there's specific companies that they are primarily focusing on. Yeah, so in fact, according to BDS, okay, so here, give me a second. Let me pull this page up on stream. Also, I'm going to hide this since I'm doing that. But yeah, sure, let's... Okay, so this is the BDS page. Get that bigger. Act now against these companies profiting from the genocide of the Palestinian people. Below is a detailed guide of our targeted consumer boycotts, divestment, and pressure campaigns. Help us spread the word to maximize our impact. So, the consumer boycott targets are AXA, Puma, Carrefour, HP, Simmons, Remax, Ahava, and SodaStream. Divestment targets mean don't invest in them is Elbit Systems, JCB, HD Hyundai, Volvo, CAF, CAT, Barclays, Chevron, TKH Security, and HIK Vision. Pressure non-boycott targets, we've got Google, Amazon, Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia, and Disney. So Disney is in their pressure targets. They're not in the boycott targets. They are in, and then the organic boycott targets these are mostly restaurants: Domino's, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Burger King, and Wix. So when people are talking about boycotting, like these aren't the important ones to boycott. These ones in these corners, these are the primary ones that they want people to boycott, because you could call for a boycott of any company that supports Israel, but then you really wouldn't be able to buy anything, and so it's not an effective boycott. So Disney is not a target of the boycott, but it says right here explicitly non-boycott target. They want Disney to be pressured, but they're not calling you to boycott them. And likewise, Google and Amazon, because let's be frank, it is physically impossible to boycott Google and Amazon. Half the internet runs on AWS. Like, you literally can't go anywhere on the internet. Right now, I am using a Google product, the YouTube, to stream to you. And the other primary streaming service is Twitch, which is owned by Amazon. And if I want to go off of either of those, it's Kick, which is owned by the gambling industry. So, yeah. Girl J says, I just bought a new Google phone this week. Yeah, exactly. So, Disney is not a target of the boycott. They are part of the broader BDS campaign, but no, they are not they're not a boycott target. I know I have seen some confusion on the messaging there. Figured I might as well address that while we are here. But okay, hang on. I was pulling up my notes for the other stuff that I watched. Here we are. And I'll pull that up. Okay. I saw the Persian version. The Persian version is I think, autobiographical film from the filmmaker. Her character is a different name, and I'm sure some things have been turned around and embellished or whatever. But if you've seen the trailer for it, you would think that it's a movie about a Persian lesbian who gets knocked up by a drag queen. And while that event does indeed happen in the movie, the trailer really heavily focused on it, when that's actually a very incidental part of the plot. This movie is actually a story about living between worlds and dealing with generational traumas and the ways that those traumas echo and the ways that the different generations are connecting with each other and clashing with each other. It's primarily a story about her and her mom and their complicated relationship and the ways that they run parallel to each other and the ways that they clash with each other. The movie is told in a pretty non-linear format, and some of it kind of assumes that you know a little bit about the filmmaker, and I looked her up later. I'm sorry, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but I guess she has made some Iranian American films before, and has made some some waves in the indie circuits. But I've been noticing a lot lately that a lot of movie trailers these days are really trying to sell movies as more comedies than they actually are. Last week I reviewed Freelance, which is billed as an action comedy with John Cena, but I watched it and it's not a comedy. And the Persian version, there's definitely funny things in this movie, but I would say it's more of a drama than it is comedy. And just know that going into it. But it is a story of the ways that cultural expectations on women, both in Iran and in America, try to force them into boxes, in the way that these women try to press against those boxes and move outside those boxes. And ways that, traumas can be compounding and repeating and echoing, but also ways that we can recognize those traumas and work to get past them. And I can understand why the film was advertised as like a rom-com between this Persian lesbian and a straight guy who's a drag queen, but that's really a very minor part of the movie. And I just think I would recommend seeing this movie. I thought it was quite good, but I would recommend that you go into it not with the expectation that it's just going to be a silly movie about a lesbian who gets knocked up by a straight guy. Because that is not what the film is really about. Hang on, let me check some of my notes, see if I've got anything specific here to say. I will say that as an indie film, there are some pretty noticeably amateurish moments in it. There is a scene early on where the main character runs into her ex-wife at the grocery, and she tries to hide from her ex-wife by she grabs a Halloween mask and puts it on to try and hide, but her ex-wife just she recognizes her and she's like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to hide from me? But then almost all of the conversation happens where we're looking at the main character in the Halloween mask, and her ex-wife is delivering dialogue from off camera, and it's very obviously ADR'd, and the sound mix is bad. And everything that she says is from inside the mask, and so it feels like they had they wrote that scene in a completely different way and then decided to rework it in the edit bay without doing reshoots. So all of the dialogue was ADR'd, and so so much of that scene we just don't even see her ex-wife talking, we just hear her from behind the thing. And there was also a moment toward the end of the film where she has snuck away from her brother's wedding because she's in labor, and then they all find out she's in labor, so they all run over to the hospital and they do a slow-mo running scene. And I don't know if it was deliberate that they told all of the actors to act like you're running in slow-mo rather than filming it in slow-mo, but it looked kind of bad and cheesy there, and it wasn't clear whether it was intentionally cheesy or whether it was just an amateurish thing. But little technical details like that I noticed that I don't think really take away from the film itself. They were just pretty glaring issues that I noticed just with the technical execution of some parts of the film. I don't think they take away from the totality of it. But I would recommend giving this one a watch. I don't know how much longer it's in theaters because it's an indie film, and those tends to come and go, and you might be able to catch it on streaming. But I'd give this one a watch. I saw The Marsh King's Daughter, which, if you haven't heard of it, it's kind of a cool movie. It's starring Daisy Ridley and Ben Mendelsohn, two people who have been in Star Wars movies. And in this movie, they play people who basically live off the grid. So it's about as far from the stars as you can get. But this is a film about... Imagine if you turned the movie Room into a revenge fantasy. If you haven't seen Room, that was a movie starring Brie Larson in which she played a woman who had been kidnapped by a man and held in a room for years and eventually escapes with her child and the ways that the child has to adjust to living in a completely different world now because the only world he knew was the one room. And this film, The Marsh King's Daughter, well, she was raised in a cabin in the middle of the woods where the only people she knew were her parents. And very early on in the film, we actually find out that her mother has been held captive there and was kidnapped there many years ago. And takes the first opportunity to escape with her daughter. But her daughter has, the only life that she has known has been this living in the woods survivalist thing. She's covered in tattoos that her father has given her to represent lessons that she's learned on how to, hunt and track prey and find water, all sorts of survival skills. But her father is captured and imprisoned, and then she goes on to be an adult, to remove as many of the tattoos as she can and try to live a normal life. But then her father escapes from prison during a transfer, and the film is about her having to deal with him coming after her and the learning the lessons that he taught her to try and counter his his stalking and his going after her family. And I would say it's a very simple story, but with really strong performances. Daisy Ridley, she came on the scene with The Force Awakens, and I would say really hasn't... I mean, certainly I think she was very charming as Rey, but she hasn't been getting a lot of roles outside of that, and I would really like to see more stuff with her in it, because I think she has quite a range that would be better utilized, and I think it was very well utilized here. And then Ben Mendelsohn, who he played Director Krennic in Rogue One, he played Talos in the MCU. He's been in a bunch of things. I think he is always a stellar actor, and he plays the character of the Marsh King, of the dad who had kidnapped her mom and raised her as this thing. He plays this character so well, where he has this air about him where, like, he really believes in his whole ethos of, just not being bound to any man and just living off the land. And, like, even as abusive and dangerous and possessive as he is, he plays it with absolute sincerity and conviction that what he is doing, he believes is right. And I think that makes for a very scary but very compelling villain. And I really like Ben Mendelsohn as an actor, and I think he did a phenomenal job as the villainous dad in this movie. And I would give this one a watch. Okay, we are in Season 2, Episode 2 of Invincible. And like I said last week, I have read the comics, so pretty much everything that they are going to be touching on, I kind of know what's coming. But I will say one thing that this episode made me remember is because the end of the first season was like ended on such a dark note with him and his dad fighting and like almost being killed by his dad and all of the death and destruction that came out from that, and because the season 2 is like dealing with the immediate aftermath of it and all of the trauma people are going through and how they're trying to pick up the pieces afterward, that I actually kind of forgot until this episode reminded me how fucking funny this show is. There is so much goofiness in the Invincible universe, and I really appreciate this episode really brings it in. We aren't really seeing too much of the multiversal villain, whose name escapes me for just a brief moment. We're dealing more with, going back to the day-to-day stuff that Invincible deals with the goofy little one-off villains and everything. Doc Seismic, who we saw last season, who was messing up the Mount Rushmore. He shows up at the Washington Monument here, and he has witty banter with Invincible while Invincible mocks some of the things that he's saying, where Doc Seismic's like, you stole materials from the earth to build this Washington Monument, and then Invincible's like, isn't that like all buildings though? So there's a lot of silliness that I really appreciate. And it's kind of like I wouldn't say it's as much of a whiplash in terms of mood as BoJack Horseman is, where BoJack Horseman goes between sitcom hijinks to existential depression and ennui, and people doing horrible things that just destroy your soul. Invincible is still very much in a comic book universe with comic book logic and the comic book silliness that's in there, while dealing with more, with darker themes and, the more realistic consequences of the actions of superhero stuff. And Adam Eve, this episode is actually dealing with a lot of that, because with her powers, she doesn't want to be a superhero anymore, right? She wants to she doesn't want to fight crime. What she wants to do is use her powers to help people. And since Chicago was damaged heavily when Omni-Man and Invincible fought, she's like, I'm going to Chicago and I'm going to help build things. But she gets yelled at by a construction crew because she just goes and puts up a bunch of stuff, and they're like, do you even know if that's to code? But then a local mother thanks her for her work. She's like, no, we've been waiting for I've been waiting for months to get back into my house, and you just put it all back together. And there's this lot right near my place that they haven't done anything to clean up in 6 years. And Eve just goes and turns it into a park just like that. But then we find out that lot was unstable, and there's a reason they hadn't done anything with it, and she hadn't checked the code on that, and somebody could have been injured because there was a sinkhole there. Fortunately, no one was injured, but she has to deal with the ramifications of, just because you have the power to do things doesn't mean you can necessarily always just ignore all the red tape. Sometimes there are more complex solutions to problems. Sure, you can just magic your hands and put together a building, but do you know if you built that building to code so that it will stand up long term? You're a superhero, not an architect. There's there's concerns there. And Invincible himself, ever since his fight with Nolan, he has not been feeling very confident in himself. He doesn't want to do the superheroing thing by himself. That's why he has been so eager to work for Cecil, because Cecil's an interesting character. Cecil's he's a very Nick Fury character, but he's a very pragmatic G-man, but he does amoral government things, but he seems to have a strong moral sense in terms of the big picture. And so while he might say go and capture monsters and turn them into weapons to use on something, oftentimes there's okay, well, that actually helped save the day here. There's, and so I always really liked the character of Cecil in the comics, and I like how he's portrayed here. It is, as somebody who's, very leftish in my politics and very anarchist sympathetic, even though I wouldn't necessarily call myself an anarchist, it does feel weird to see this character who's like the absolute antithesis to anarchic ways of thought, that he is portrayed so sympathetically. But I think he's written really well, and I really like to see more. I want to see how they handle Cecil's character in the show. Overall, I think the show has handled the source material very well, and in some cases better than the source material itself did, because like Nimona. The movie Nimona was based on a webcomic turned comic book called Nimona, and after I saw the movie Nimona, I went and read the comic book, and I could tell ways as I was reading Nimona. I'm like, okay, well, the story is still being fleshed out as it's being written in the comic, versus in the film, you have a far more cohesive whole, and you figured out how to plot and pace everything that way. And Invincible is basically the same way. Robert Kirkman, who wrote the comic, he is, one of the executive producers on the show. He's one of the writers on the show. And so while the core of it is very faithful to the comics, they're able to rearrange things and pace things better so that it tells a better multi-threaded, multi-layered, well-paced story, I would say. And this episode was definitely more on the goofy end of things. We've got a payoff on the first season episode where they went to Mars and had to deal with Martians, and then it turns out one of the Martians had replaced one of the astronauts when they went back. We find out about that guy's whole thing, and he's a really silly character who's he really just wanted to get away from Mars, and he's just trying to do his best to play a human, but he's really bad at playing a human. He's just like, I am just but like he gets fired from NASA because obviously he's no good at pretending to be an astronaut. He's just a Martian without any like specific training to be a human astronaut. But then he realizes that there had been a Martian on Earth who was a superhero, who is a member of the Guardians of the Globe, and he decides, oh, well, maybe I can go and do superheroing thing. He gives his origin story. He's like, I was just a normal human person born on Earth, and I got my powers from a generic industrial accident. And he calls himself the Shapesmith, because as a Martian, he can change shape. And he's a very silly character, and I think they captured him from the comics pretty accurately. So I'm really enjoying this season. I really like this show, and I look forward to seeing where we're going in the arc this season. Okay. For those of you who were watching my channel before I transitioned to doing live streams, I was covering For All Mankind. And for those of you who've only recently come to my channel, you might not know what this show is. So before I talk about this latest episode, I'm going to sell you on how to see For All Mankind. This show, it's on Apple TV Plus, and it is an alternate history series where Russia beat America to the moon, and because of that, the space race never ended. Every season jumps forward about a decade. So we're going through, like, the show starts in the 60s, and now we're in season 4, and it's set in like 2003. And so, you know, as we're going through the eras, we start to see ways that, because the space race never ended, how that impacts technology and culture. And it's a very hopeful show, even as it deals with, you know, because the space race doesn't end, and because of the benefits of the space race on other, you know, parts of society, the Soviet Union actually, as of 2003, is still the Soviet Union. It did not collapse in the 80s like it did in our time. So it's very interesting to see just like little ways in which the society has changed. But like, it is overall, it is a very hopeful show. I have seen people like Jesse Gender described this show as basically like, this is like the precursor to Star Trek. It's like this could be the timeline that becomes Star Trek. And Ronald D. Moore, who cut his teeth writing for Star Trek The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine before he went off to make shows like Battlestar Galactica, he is the showrunner for this show. And it really captures, you know, the spirit of human ingenuity and perseverance. And it's also kind of just a fun, like, sci-fi soap opera too. Like, there's just a lot of like good investment in just the interpersonal drama between all of these astronauts that I would highly recommend that you get into. There is a character who I don't think we're probably going to be seeing this season, but he's called Wayne, and I'm actually going to see if I can find a photo of him. Give me a second. Wayne Cobb for All Mankind. This guy, even though he is a secondary character in the show, he is the husband of one of the astronauts. One of the big plots in season 1 is because the Russians get a female astronaut out there first. The NASA is like, okay, well, we've got to get a woman on the moon. And so they start up a project where they're getting a bunch of female astronauts trained up real quickly, and his wife is one of the main ones. And Wayne is not what you would call a very masculine character. He's a painter, he's very in tune with his feelings, and he does not keep anything like bottled up. He's very expressive with himself, and he deals with very real fears because his wife is an astronaut, which is an incredibly dangerous career. And the ways that he deals with his anxieties and his panics about that, that are expressed in ways that people might consider inappropriate, but that I think are very emotionally healthy for him. And the ways that he befriends a character named Karen, who's the wife of one of the other main astronauts, and just seeing that grow. Like, for me and some of my friends, we've like literally jokingly called the show For All Wayne Kind, because he's just, every time he shows up, he is such a delightful character to see. I don't know that we're going to see him this season, but like, the show is worth it just for this guy. Once this guy shows up on this show, I guarantee you are going to love him. He is the best character. Oops, I just bumped my microphone there. But with all that out of the way, that is my sales pitch for why you should see For All Mankind. It is a fantastic show. And now that I have done that sales pitch, we are in season 4. And it's we're starting to stretch the limits of believability of some of the main cast still remaining. At some point, you know, as we've gone through the seasons, we have had characters age out or die off, and new characters come to replace them, and this season is no different. We've had some characters just naturally leave the show just because their story arcs are done, but we've got a lot of the original cast from the first season still here, and the old age makeup for them isn't necessarily the best or most believable. Joel Kinnaman, who plays Ed Baldwin, who's basically the main character of the show, he is still there this season, and I'm pretty sure the guy's in like his late 70s or 80s, like lore wise, but let me see if I can find a photo of him. Oops. Sorry, I'm trying to type here. Okay. This is Joel Kinnaman in the current season of For All Mankind, and he's supposed to be late 70s or early 80s. Still going out into space, because he used to be an NASA astronaut, but now he works for Helios, which is a private space contractor. And since he's been the boss forever, he basically gets just to make calls on who gets to go to space, and he just decides, well, I'm just going to live on Mars for a while. So, but Joel Kinnaman himself, pretty sure that guy's in his 40s. I'm Googling it. Joel Kinnaman, yeah, he's 43 years old, and he really looks here like a 43-year-old in not at all convincing old man makeup. Like, literally, it just looks like, okay, we just highlighted some of your temple veins and then gave you gray hair and a beard. Maybe gave you a little bit of a crow's foot latex application here. But for the most part, he does not look convincing as an old man. And I do think, as much as I like his character, I really like Ed Baldwin. I think he's a very interesting character. He's very much like, he's had like an evolving viewpoint, but he still is very much kind of one of the good old boys who has a very old way of thinking about things. And he's, you know, makes a lot of use of nepotism to get his way and get like friends and family into space and stuff like that. And he you know, so he's not a perfect character. He's a very flawed character. He's a very interesting character. So I think Joel Kinnaman plays him excellently, but I do think this needs to be his last season, at least in space, because I don't think this makeup is convincing. He just does not feel like a man in his 70s to me. But we'll see how it goes. Just like how the first season of For All Mankind was about them getting to the moon and setting up the first moon base and stuff, and then season 2 was about the moon bases in full swing and dealing with the combat for resources against the Russians and all of that. And then season 3 was about the race to Mars. Now that we're in season 4, Mars has been heavily colonized for like 8 years now. They're building up Happy Valley Base, and it's like a big collaboration between NASA, Roscosmos, and Helios, the private space contractor. And so we're seeing, we're seeing stuff like, for instance, because in the For All Mankind universe at this point, they have figured out helium-3 fusion power. There has been a big job loss for people in the fossil fuel industry. There's a new character this season who used to work on an oil rig, and he's been out of work for like 5 years because oil rigs aren't operational anymore. But he takes a job to go to Mars because they need people with his kind of oil rig drilling and construction experience. And, just interesting things like that. And I'm very curious to see where we go with this. Now, in terms of picking up from last season, there are some questions left up in the air because Danny Stevens, who was responsible for the accident that killed a bunch of astronauts on Mars last season, we don't know what happens to him. Last time we saw him at the end of season 3, they had basically sent him to the North Korean crashed pod, set it up as like a prison for him, and said, okay, here's where you're going to be staying for the rest of your stay on Mars. And we don't know what happens to him. It seems to be implied that he might be dead now, because we were seeing, we did have a scene with his wife who was having a birthday party for their kid, and his wife was talking about how birthdays are hard, but they get easier every year. That generally suggests that, okay, he's probably dead now. But if he is, we don't know how it happened. Might also be that he's in prison somewhere, like maybe they brought him back to Earth. It's kind of hard to say. It seems like an open-ended question. I think they're implying that he died, but because Danny has been such a complicated character pretty much for his entire run on the show, and because he's been a character that we've seen since the first season. I mean, the first season he was, a little kid, but as we've been able to follow him through the entire show's run, I would like them not to kill him off screen. I would like to see more of him this season and dealing with the consequences of his actions. And particularly because I really want to see him and Ed have like a final confrontation regarding Ed's wife. And if you've seen the show, you'll know what I'm talking about there. But overall, I'm excited to see where it goes. We'll be building up more on, the Martian colonization and the ways that the needs of the energy industry. I mean, like the big plot this episode was they're trying to capture an asteroid to bring it into Mars orbit so that they can mine it, and there's problems with them capturing it. And then there's, lots of political stuff going on behind, if we had problems with this thing, should we just, cancel the asteroid capture program entirely, even though we've invested a bunch of money into it? And a lot of, there's a lot of little politicking behind the scenes on that. There's also, quite a few new characters that were introduced to. There is a new head of NASA played by Daniel Stern, who I didn't realize was Daniel Stern until I saw the opening credits and saw his name in the opening credits. But the first time I saw him, I was just like, why does he look so familiar? Then I saw it was Daniel Stern, who, if you don't know who Daniel Stern was, he played Marv in Home Alone. And I was just like, oh, okay, that's what Marv looks like when he's 30 years older and like 30 pounds heavier. Okay, that makes sense. So he's a new character. I'm curious to see where he goes. But then we've also got Margot, who every season of For All Mankind opens with Margot waking up and doing her routine, but this season she is no longer in the United States. She is in Moscow, and it seems like she's there basically being shut out by Roscosmos, and she can't go back to the States, so she's kind of in a limbo area. And like she gets visited by somebody who I think is probably KGB, who just advises her, is like, don't make waves, just wait for it. You'll get your chance to talk to them. Just right now, just wait and keep up with your routine of going to the bakery and eating pastries. But she's such an interesting character that there's going to be, I am actually betting that by the end of this season she's going to end up running Roscosmos, which would be a very interesting turn of events for this character. And anyway, that's all I've got to say for this episode. Once we've got the plot more in swing, I'm sure I will have more to talk about there. And I know when I was putting out these videos last season For All Mankind, there's not a lot of content creators talking about this show. So if you're looking for somebody to talk about this show with, please come check out my stream. I'm going to be doing these reviews every Friday for the entire run of the season. And I would love you to come in and talk with me about it, because I love this show. I want everyone to watch it. And I know that the fandom for it is there, and that we are all desperate to find other people who are also watching this show. It's a really good show, and more people need to be watching it. I'm doing my part. All right. I do believe that's everything that I've got planned for topics this week. So why don't I go ahead? Sai says, if only I was into sci-fi. Hey, you know what? I'll get you there. I will get you into sci-fi. Your name is Sai Deathful. Eventually it will be Sci-Fi-ful. But hang on. Why don't I play some Mario Wonder? Let me get that set up. Oops. Where'd you go? There'd you go. Hang on. Oh man, you know, I just realized the entire time that I was playing that the footage of the SAG-AFTRA conference, I had the background music going. I mean, it's not going to be captured on the recording, but hopefully it wasn't distracting from what people were saying there. It won't be when I upload it, so it shouldn't affect the actual video. But for those of you who are here, let me get this going. Hopefully it didn't pose a problem there. But where am I at here? Which? Let's see. Tell you what. Yes, we are returning to Mario Wonder. And since I did this right here, this was my second 100% attempt. Why don't I try to let's see. I think the general world record for this thing tends to run around 2 hours. Here, let me delete save data here. Now, this isn't going to be a submittable run because I don't have live split set up. But why don't I see how quickly I can beat the game? And we'll go from there.
It's me.
Let's go. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $5. Very kind of you.
Hey there. Where's the party? Hello.
Roop. Bloop.
So many visitors. Have a great time.
And of course, I don't have a timer up, so I don't know exactly how fast it will be, except that I'm starting this around 7:27. So, you know, we can just kind of ballpark it from there. This will just get me a feel for how quickly I am going into this game. Now, and obviously, I don't have any of the routing for it, and yeah. Oops, I do want this. Okay. And I missed that one, but that's okay. I want... There we go.
Wonderful!
Oops. Forgot to swipe my nose. Oh, and that's another thing with speedruns is I actually don't want to get to top of pole. I actually want to get as low to the pole as possible because that reduces the amount of time getting out of there. I also want to have my nose free of water because there is a time delay when spraying water onto the little guy there. Yeah, skip ahead. Let's go. So, like I said, this isn't an official speedrun. This is just trying to get a feel for how quickly I can get through the game. Oops. Oh dear.
Talking plants, huh?
Yeah, that'll be good. And I know that I did just start an auto-scroller, but I do also need... Oh no, I shut them up. They're not singing anymore. Whoops. Oh, oh man. That was way bad.
You don't see that every day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah.
Oops, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Ah. Yeah, I think elephant is better for this one just because of all of those,
Love that sound.
Yeah, I think elephant power is better here because I can just swing my trunk to break all of those, like, honey blocks. Ow. Oh no! I'm also skipping that Wonder Seed. Although, maybe I shouldn't have, because I do get the Invincibility Star, which actually makes me go faster. Oh well. Bye-bye. And I think here we have an unskippable cutscene, so... I like that the badge is just worn on Prince Florian's crown. It just looks like a little flower on his head.
This way. See you later. Yeah.
Oh no. I know I need. How y'all doing tonight?
Here we go.
Did I have enough seeds? I didn't even check to see how many seeds I had. Oh dear. Actually, I want to grab you. Yeah, this makes running a little easier when I can just literally... Of course, getting bounced back by those guys is not helpful, but... Dang it, I just immediately lose it. Being high? Nice. Well, it is a Friday. It's a good time for that. So I think I need to pick up some more. I'm out of edibles. I should do that soon.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll go tomorrow. Pick some up. I'm at 8. I need 10. Sure, I'll just do these two over here.
Love that sound. Wonderful.
And you.
Here we go.
This is an easy one.
Go, go, go!
Wonder Seed gotten.
Tickle. Oh, wow, Zippy! Go, go, go! You got this!
Right. Now, the I guess the speedrun that I would be trying for is the All Royal Seeds speedrun, because the any percent speedrun has actually found a glitch that lets you skip worlds 1, 2, and 3. And I don't feel like doing that. Wiggler literally shows up out of nowhere. Something. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. They literally make him. They give him crack at the end of it so that he can pick up the pace and like follow you and stuff. So let's see. Do I want to do Swamp Pipe Crawl or Angry Spikes and Sing? Let's do Angry Spikes and Singing Pipes. Oh yeah, you can skip this world. There, basically, it involves doing some. It involves 2-player and doing some like weird out of bounds stuff. But and obviously, like you don't skip having been in this world to begin with, but you skip the end of it. You can just like out of bounds your way in the main world, and let's go on down. Yeah. Because the game doesn't actually check to see if you've gotten the royal seeds from Worlds 1, 2, and 3. It just assumes if you get to that point in the stage that you had to have earned them. So the only royal seeds that you actually need to get that the game checks for are the ones in Worlds 4, 5, and 6. All right. Have a wonderful evening, Valhalla Vidya. Or actually, probably late night for you. It's since you are in Britbongerland. Let's see. I'm gonna go and do the badge challenge.
Go for it.
Oops. Here we go.
Deep breaths.
I figured you were just gaming. That's what you usually do. So you have a wonderful evening though. Again,
Bye-bye.
4 a.m. basically morning at that point. But you get a good sleep. Okay? That's Fesh's orders. You get some sleep.
Mexico.
I love seeing those emotes.
What am I looking at?
Oops. Yeah. There we go. I want you. Okay. No, don't hit me. That's rude and illegal. I'll sue you. Oops. Well, that didn't work. I thought I was going to be able... I think I was a little too far back. I didn't expect that I was actually going to be extending... Like I didn't think he was going to pop out at outside the range of my trunk, so... There we go. Is it the Carl strat? I don't know. I haven't actually seen Carl play this game. Wouldn't be surprised, but I have seen other Wonder streamers do the elephant trunk swipe technique on Bowser Jr. there. Like, I think I've seen Grand Pooh Bear do it. I've seen Ryukar do it. Seems like a good strategy.
See you later.
Skip, skip, skip. Let me skip. Let me skip. I hate all of these mandatory... Finish your second essay of the term. Nice. I am literally just spamming B. Just hoping I get through this quicker. Blood Video Company says, God, I wish someone made a Mario move your game and it confirmed Matt Pat's theory. What's Matt Pat's theory? Because he has a lot of those, so I don't know which one you're talking about. Mario is evil? Well, okay. Maybe you can expand on what his arguments are for Mario being evil. Here we go. It's Mario being abusive from punching Yoshi when he jumps. It's true, he does punch Yoshi. That's quite mean of him. Mario's abusive from him punching Yoshi when he jumps on him like basically jumping and destroying the blocks, which we know are like citizens of the kingdom he's trying to save. Oh, that's right! They were turned... According to the lore of the first game, the citizens were turned into the bricks that... Oh my god, you're right! Alright. Or maybe I should say Matt Pat's right. But that's just a theory. A game theory! I'm actually gonna go in here just because I think I might need the extra purples. Nope. Ow. Rude. Oh, threaded the needle between those two little turtle guys. Donkey Kong's OG lore was that Mario was his master, kept him and abused him, and that's why he takes the girl. Yeah, and it's him using his lizard who took care of him for an extra area to jump. That's true! Yoshi's Island, he was baby Mario, and Yoshi was, like, carrying him around. That's true in the lore. Like, yeah. What a dick. I want to change to this one, actually.
Here we go.
Actually, I need to... Oh, dang it. There we go. I want this.
This place is dangerous. I'll just
Do your
wait
thing.
here. Not like Whoa! Well, that was something.
I'm not entirely sure how many coins I need, so I'm just taking this. It takes a little bit of extra time out of my way to get it, but it might be worth it. And I'm also grabbing a backup one of these because these are quite important. Oops. I should have just kicked that one. I know that one can just literally pick it up.
Wonderful! Everything feels so clean now.
Yeah, again, this is like, I don't have routing or anything like that. I'm just kind of feeling it. So it's not going to be a very optimized speedrun at all. I am just going off of vibes. And also after I beat World 3, I'm going straight to do World 6 because I want the boost jump badge, which is in the Petal Isles, but it's in the Petal Isles past World 5, so. Was I big into Pokemon growing up? I was not. I've literally never played a Pokemon game except like I tried Pokemon Go for like 5 minutes. But Pokemon was starting to get big when I was a kid, and it just seemed like I was one of those kids who was just like, I'm not getting into something just because everyone else is doing it. I'm not succumbing to peer pressure. You all are suckers. And then it just turned out that I was a loser. But no, Pokemon never really interested me as a kid. Of course, my first exposure to Pokemon was in like, I'm just gonna do it on the way about. My first exposure to it was in trading card form, not in the video games, and like you know, I had already seen like Magic was getting big around the time I was in like elementary school, and it always seemed like a big waste of money to me. So I just saw Pokemon as like, you know, more of that same thing. So it just never really appealed to me. This is probably not a speedrun optimal. There we go. I don't even know if I am actually needs to do that. Yeah, I'm not even bothering to get that one. So oh, but son of a bitch. Well, now I'm not even going for that one, so... Alright. Damn it. Bum 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 bum. Bye bye. Now, one technique that I do not have down at all, that if I want to actually try this, that I will need to get good at, is the
Here we go.
there is a the bubble jump. You can chain bubble jumps. There we go. Easy. And doing the chain bubble jumps, you can basically fly over entire levels. So... Oh, I've got 4. I don't need to do any of that. I can just do here.
Here we go. Are they kidding me? Nice.
I don't even think this is optimal, but I'm doing it anyway. I don't care. Well, it's obviously speedruns fast, right? Because I'm on a fast thing.
Nice job.
Oh dear. The annoying thing about this section is that basically all of these things are on like a global timer, so it's really hard to tell what cycles you're gonna get. Oh, this guy's such a bitch. No, see, like, yeah, he hits the wrong thing. No, come over here and hit this. That's what I want you to get. There we go. No, you took my bubble. Bye-bye. Pull block passage. Yeah, we'll do pull block passage. Yeah, we'll do pull. Okay. Although I could have done the... We'll see. Oh, hang on. Yes. I need to pick you up. There we go. Oh no! Oh man, I could have saved that too. I could have saved that. But I did get the seed for it, so... I don't need to go and try for the seed again. There we go.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I have a feeling I'm not getting sub 3 hours on this, but I'm just seeing how fast I can go.
Here we go.
Up and down with puffy lifts. No. Okay, we're good. We got it back.
Pop, you're in great shape.
Oops.
Wonderful. Nice job. You did great back there.
Let me skip. Every single time it's one of these unskippable cutscenes, I am just spamming the B button. So that anytime a dialogue box comes up, I can just... There we go. Okay, since it's not a scroller, I want to, like, actually play it like normal. Oh no, I got hit. That's right, I can skip this. There we go. A bit late, but is that blonde Bowser? Is he the legendary Super Turtle? I don't know. But yeah, no, the airships, that's so that one's not Bowser. Bowser himself has been turned into a castle in the Petal Isles, so that's just one of his ships. But that's not him. It has his face though. Oh, and I need 2 more. So we'll do this one.
Here we go.
Okay, can't jump out of that to get out of it faster, I just gotta crawl.
Lot going on, huh? I believe in you. Wonderful!
There we go. I was kind of taking a risk there on the jumping ahead, but I was putting faith that Nintendo knew that some people want to jump ahead and built their level for it because they do good level design.
This place is intense.
I want you. And I lost you immediately. I hate you. I'm angry. That's okay. Look at it again. don't need to do the Wonder Seed here, so I shan't. No, I lost my bubble. Ow. Quite rude. Okay. Beat all of that, and I should get a power-up box here at the boss, so... Oops. Now, the bubble doesn't really help me here, but... Other than it gives me an extra hit point. But extra hit points are nice. And if I can keep it, the bubble is a nice power-up. Oh no, it's honey. Gotcha. I was able to zero cycle him basically, because he did not. Because when he goes into the honey stuff, he will dive into the honey and then come out from another block. But I was able to avoid any of that. So I did good there on that fight. Wrong direction. some reason I thought that was a spot where there was some blocks to break through, but I think that's later.
Look at you!
Oops. No. Boy, Wiggler, you catch up quick. Yeah, it's down here, isn't it? Bingo. That's where I wanted to break through. This one seems like Wiggler doesn't have as many last-second catch-up mechanics. Because normally when you get through the goal, Wiggler is like right on your tail, but that one takes him a while to catch up.
Here we go! I believe in you.
Four there. So if I buy one here... and then get... want the hopping away, or do I want Anglefish Trail? I think I want the hopping away.
Here we go!
Oh, change the badge. Otherwise, dolphin badge is useless here.
Timing is key. Wow! All right! Thank you.
Oops.
Oh no!
Let's try that one again.
Go for it!
That's not what I wanted to do, so I missed out on that one.
All right, this way.
Ow.
No!
I'm trying to
Go for it!
go fast here. There we go. And it's the ground pounds that I'm accidentally getting into. That.
Wait for it!
Oh well, I missed that one.
This way! Last jump!
Ooh, well, it's going. Oh well.
Bye-bye! Oh yeah! What was that? Wow! Ooh! Ah! Wonderful!
There we go, bottom of the flagpole.
Bye-bye! Oh yeah! Ouch! Nice work! Go, go! Wow! Wonderful! They bring good luck. Bye-bye!
You need noodles?
Oh yeah!
Noodles are good. I also need noodles. I haven't had pho in a while. And my favorite pho place is closed on the weekends, so suddenly I want pho, and I can't get the pho that I want because tomorrow's Saturday. So if I try and go there and get it, it will be closed, and now I am sad. I blame you, Sai. You made me sad for wanting noodles that I can't have. Oops.
Just a bit more. Hurry! All right!
You give me money, you make me sad. It's true.
Here we go. Off you go!
Oops. Didn't get those all correctly. Oh well.
Go, 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 go!
Nice.
Woo! Excellent!
We have an overabundance of pho. None of it really that great, is what you say. Yeah, there's some pho places that are pretty hit or miss, but there's a place local to me that is really good. Really good. The broth is phenomenal, the best I've ever had. But they keep really weird hours, like they're basically only open for like Monday through Friday, like 9 to 4, I want to say, or 10 to 4, or something like that. So, and they're like just there to service like a business park, basically. And if and so on the weekends when the business park isn't in session, they just close. So.
Mario number 1! I believe in you. Oh yeah!
Oh, and I think one thing I didn't mention when I was talking about the channel memberships thing is the tracker up top. The way that's set up in Stream Elements, it won't update if I get super chats. It'll only update with or automatically with the direct donations that I get. So if I get super chats, I'll have to manually update the tracker up top there. Fesh. Oops. I'm not going in there, but I will be going in here. There we go.
Way to go!
Oops. Son of a bitch. I keep... Okay. There we go. Lost some time there, but it's not like I've got the timer up anyway. The ghost of a timer, yeah. I do have live splits installed, I just don't have it set up for it. I would need to... I should get that one set up, though. Alright, hurry it up. Bubbles are nice. Nope, I'm going down this way. Blow this up, please. Perfect. There we go. There we go. Hey, Paco, welcome in. If you will notice in chat, you'll see that there is memberships now because I have joined the YouTube Partner Program because I have gotten enough watch hours to join it. I am happy. We have emotes in chat. You see green names, that's right. They are channel members. I am not gonna be doing the Wonder Flower on this one. This is a long level to do that on, and I am not an official speed run, but I am trying to beat it fast.
Keep going.
Come on, back up, down, whatever. How dare you? How dare? Incredibly rude. How dare?
I wonder what Koopa's taking.
Bum ba dum bum ba da 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 dum.
Bye bye.
Here we go. Boosting spin jump. This is the badge that I want. I don't even need to grab that one.
All right, this way. Last jump.
I should have enough spun. I'm just trying to get the bottom of the flagpoles, so. But the most important thing is
Thank you.
I got the badge. I got the important badge.
Oh yeah.
And then I can just run through this one. I don't need to get the Wonder Seed here because, or the Wonder Flower here, because I only need one more seed. To get to World 6, so. Oops. I do, however, want power up.
Rain feels nice.
Yep, zooming through. I don't have live splits on, but I do kind of want to see where I rank in terms of like speed runs. I haven't routed this or anything, but I'm just doing a fast run today. So it's not a speed run, it's a fast run. There's a difference. It's like the difference between wellness and health. You know how like wellness is not a an FDA controlled term, so you can call anything wellness. This is not a speedrun.com officiated thing, it's a fast run.
Here we go. All guests are required.
I will not pull that handle.
Help! Help!
No, no, I'll go this way. Eh, sure, why not?
Oh, hi! Whoa,
Oh dear. Son of a bitch. I need you. I don't know if this is necessarily actually the best level to get a seed in. It does take a little bit to get all three of them. Or all five of them, I should say.
all right!
But it also does give an opportunity to get some good power-ups. Oh, no. We're going this way. Oh, hang on. This is what I want.
This thing looks unstable. Oh, you're clever.
Oops.
Oh, you're clever.
Doing a speed run rather than a fast run might not be the optimal level. Yes, correct. Hey, me. How you doing? I like that fish. That is a good fish emote.
Bye-bye.
I have a couple fish emotes in here too, but that's also a good one.
Go for it.
Oops. Next time I'm not even bothering for... Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even gone for it.
This way.
No. There we go.
Impressive.
Fortunately, you don't lose any of your power-ups in a or lives in a challenge in a badge challenge stage, so you just lose time. And since this is a fast run and not a speed run, it's not as consequential. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Dead end here.
Oh man, and I am now out of backup power-ups. Please be... I think there's a checkpoint after this. Yes. Okay. Perfect. There we go. Okay.
Careful.
Son of a bitch. I shouldn't have tried to go for that one. Those guys are dead now. Thank you. Oh, actually. Right. There we go. Oh, I turned my back on him too quick.
Hi again. Huh? How did you? Yahoo! Thank you. Here we go. Go for it! Woo-hoo-hoo! Yeah! It's gonna be all
Son of a
right.
bitch.
You'll get it. Just keep trying. Great! Great! Yeah!
There we go. There we go.
Hey, what you doing in a plate like that? Just keep a cool head.
Oh, damn it. That was stupid. That was so stupid. And I just lost it immediately.
Hey, what you doing in a plate like Okay, just keep a cool head. Way to go!
Oh. Can't quite make that. I'm actually gonna go down here first, because there's no shortcut here. And then if I head on over this way...
Wonderful!
Nope. I was hoping maybe there would be another power-up in one of those.
Bye-bye! We entrust it to you.
I get a seed. And I need 4 more seeds. This is just a shortcut, and I don't want to spend the coins on it. I need to go find... This one I do need to spend coins on. What do I think of Deadpool? I quite like Deadpool. I think he's a fun character. I think at some points when Ryan Reynolds plays him, he can get a little too one note. But I also do think that Ryan Reynolds was really well suited to play the character. I think that was a great casting choice. When do I think we're getting the X-Men in the MCU? Well, that depends on whether you want minor spoilers for the end of the Marvels. The X-Men are here now, so it's kind of hard to say. Oops. Oh, good save. So Kamala Khan, she's a mutant in the MCU. And we've already had the X-Men in the multiverse show up, because we had Charles Xavier show up in Multiverse of Madness, right? And there's in the Marvels, there's not any multiverse stuff until there's a post-credits thing. But that post-credits thing seems to indicate that there's going to be some X-Men stuff coming. You thought they weren't coming until Deadpool 3? Well, I mean, Deadpool 3 is the first time Deadpool himself is going to be in the MCU. Oops, son of a bitch. try that one again. Yeah, Deadpool 3, that's the first time Deadpool and Wolverine will be in a Marvel Studios film, but it's also like, because it's going to be the same Deadpool that we have... Oh, I missed that one. Oh, well. It's the same Deadpool that we have seen in all of the other movies, so he's the Fox X-Men Deadpool. But he's probably going to, you know, get pulled over to the MCU universe at some point. So I'm actually just kind of worried that their plan is just to like bring the Fox X-Men over to the MCU. Like I worry that is their just like ultimate goal, which I don't like. I want them to do their own X-Men. How do I think the MCU will handle a PG-13 Deadpool? Well, luckily, Deadpool 3 is going to be rated R, so I think they'll be okay. Now, as for, like, Deadpool doing, like, team-up stuff, you can have Deadpool be PG-13 in, like, a team-up movie. Like, because for sure, Deadpool's going to be in Secret Wars, right? And Secret Wars is not going to be rated R. That's going to be rated PG-13. In smaller doses, you don't need to have Deadpool saying fuck, right? It's fine. And they already did an experiment to try out a PG-13 Deadpool. They did a special edit of Deadpool 2 called Once Upon a Deadpool. It was a limited theatrical run. I think it ran for like a week or two, and I saw it, where they just, you know, they did a PG-13 edit of Deadpool 2, and they just bleeped him out a bunch. And they also like framed it as a they did a thing where he had kidnapped Fred Savage and was reading to him the story of Deadpool 2 as if it's like the framing device in whatchamacallit, The Princess Bride, because Fred Savage was the little kid being read to in The Princess Bride. So they just like do that, but it's like literally Fred Savage, not just like Fred Savage is playing a character. Like in the film, it is Deadpool has literally kidnapped Fred Savage to do this. It was kind of funny. Oh no. Do I consider Deadpool an X-Men? Well, no. He is, you know, associated with a lot of the X-Men. He's tied up with the X-Men, like, rights. That's why Fox was able to use him. But no, in general, I think of Deadpool as his own thing. Like, I guess he's a mutant, but I'm actually not really sure where like the totality of his power set comes in. Like, how much of that was his mutant powers and how much was the Weapon Plus program. But yeah, he never really felt like he doesn't really feel like, you know, a team player, right? So having him be part of the X-Men just, it doesn't really seem to fit. So, yeah. You hope Deadpool gets to interact with the MCU Spider-Man? I guarantee you it's going to happen in Secret Wars. Yeah. Yeah, given how much in the comics Deadpool and Spidey are buddies, I guarantee you that Deadpool and Tom Holland Spider-Man are going to interact. In fact, Deadpool might interact with multiple Spider-Men. They're probably going to have they're probably going to have Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire in Secret Wars. Because, like, Secret Wars is, like, you know, they're going to basically... Like, literally everyone is on the table for Secret Wars. They could... If Wesley Snipes is down with it, they could bring in his blade. Like, it's just... Because it's the ultimate culmination of the multiverse. They can bring in any cinematic version of any Marvel character ever. So wasn't there a scene in Deadpool that shows that almost none of the X-Men like him? Yeah, he was at the X Mansion, and he's just like, where is everyone? It's like they're all like, it feels like they've all like gone on vacation or something, and then like a door opens and they all peek out to make sure that he's gone. Because like in the first X-Men, he's like, it's almost like the studio couldn't afford another X-Man. But in the sequel, I'm pretty sure they shot that bit with the other X-Men. I'm pretty sure they just shot that as part of because I think X-Men Apocalypse was filming around that time, so they just shot that while they were filming Apocalypse. Either Apocalypse or Dark Phoenix. I don't remember which one. Probably Apocalypse. Is Sony Venom gonna be in Secret Wars? That I don't know about. Like, I would say it's possible. I mean, because, you know, he did show up in No Way Home, but then again, No Way Home is a Sony film. I don't know what the total deal is with which Sony characters can show up in MCU projects. It's the rights for that are all kind of weird, and it mostly comes down to, is Sony cool with it? If Sony's cool with it, then I'm sure Venom would show up, but I'm sure Sony is probably going to be, you know, getting at least some of the money for Secret Wars because Spider-Man's going to be in it. There's like, I think it's like a minimal revenue share. I mean, originally there wasn't even like a revenue. I think it was like Disney was getting like a 2% revenue share for the for like Spider-Man Homecoming. The big thing for them was just being able to share the character and being able to give creative input on how Spider-Man was being developed at Sony, because that helps out Marvel. You know, even if they weren't getting the box office revenue for it, it has a knock-on effect. It benefits their other MCU properties to have Spider-Man attached. I would definitely like to see Venom show up in Secret Wars. I think that would be fun. I just worry that Secret Wars is like gonna be like about as artistically meritorious as the comic that it came from, because it wasn't a good comic. It was literally just to sell toys. And people really only remember it for being the origin story for Peter's black suit. Wait, is this? Yeah, I think I do need to wait. Imagine if the symbiote he left behind at the bar takes over the bartender Eddie was talking to, or Ned. Yeah, well, Ned in the, I mean, Ned, was it Ned Leeds, right? So, like, he's, Hobgoblin in the comics. I don't know, did Hobgoblin ever get taken over by the Venom symbiote. Like, the Venom symbiote has taken over a bunch of people at some point in the comics. And, like, you know, obviously, when they originally, you know, gave the name Ned for the character, even though he's really just playing Genki, like, obviously, the implication there was they're setting up a friend for Spider-Man who might end up later being a villain. But, like, I really don't see Ned... That was stupid. I really don't see Ned as he's written ever filling that niche. I can't see his actor really playing a villain in a Spider-Man sequel, you know? And I want to get... Wait, hang on. I actually don't need that. I just realized this is the castle level, and I'm just doing a regular run. So... I'm not going to do that. You like to think the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, the Fantastic Four movies, and the Ghost Rider movies all take place in the same universe? Well, I mean, maybe. Oh, that didn't get me. Oh, I know, like, rights-wise, that wouldn't be how it works out because the Fantastic Four movies were Fox and Spider-Man is Sony. I would like to see a Spider-Man 4, though, like a Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4. I like the idea of us, like, you know, DC's got it going on. They've got the Batman, which is going to be separate from the DCU, so they'll have the Batman going on while they've got another version of Batman as well. So I would not mind having multiple Spider-Man franchise films going on, you know? That could be fun. And especially Andrew Garfield was so good in No Way Home that, like, it feels like people really want him to come back as Spider-Man. It's just the Amazing Spider-Man movies, they weren't good. Like, he's a great actor, he just was never given the material. Like, he stole basically every scene he had in No Way Home. Who do I consider the main character then, so you know that Steve is gone and Tony is dead? I would say it does feel a little, like, hard to pin that down. They wanted Black Panther to be the lead after Endgame, but then Chadwick Boseman died. Like, obviously, nobody saw that coming. Nobody was planning for Chadwick to die because Chadwick hadn't told anybody he had cancer to begin with, so it came as a shock to everyone. I think if they had known that he had cancer, they probably would have maybe focused on a different actor as a contingency, but I think probably they might be setting up Carol Danvers. But given the like, I haven't looked at the box office numbers for Captain Marvel, but I know I was seeing advanced tracking showing that it was going to underperform. So it's kind of hard to say there. And Spider-Man, like, Spider-Man makes sense to be like the lead, but also because he's Sony, it's a little difficult. You think Loki or Doctor Strange? Okay, well, have you seen the Loki finale? I mean, like, the way that the Loki finale ended, we're definitely seeing Loki again. He's gonna show up in Kang Dynasty, or Secret Wars, one of those. Like, just based on how he ended, and that we're getting a couple of multiverse Avengers movies, there's no way we don't see that version of Loki come back. But Doctor Strange makes sense as kind of a new lead for the MCU. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and make him like the new head of the Avengers. That would make sense. Or maybe the new Captain America. Maybe Falcon will be the new the new head. We'll see how it goes. Do I think Spider-Man will be in Venom? I mean, anything's possible. I would definitely like to see a proper showdown between Spider-Man and Venom, but I also don't know how well they could do that with the why am I blanking on his name? The current guy who plays Venom. Why can't I remember his name? Great actor. I just with that version of Venom, I don't see him and Spider-Man having a big reason to fight, you know? I don't see a compelling conflict there. The conflict with Venom and Spider-Man has always been that Peter rejected the Venom symbiote. And that Venom picked Eddie as just like a backup to try and get revenge on Peter for the rejection, and always kind of really wanted to go back to being with Peter. You know, like a jilted lover kind of a thing. So I feel like, okay, so here's a possible way. Given how much Venom 2 was written as a rom-com, like they literally do the thing where they like have the second act break up and then come back together in the finale. If they do something similar where they get like forced to be separated or something, and then Venom joins with Peter, but then Peter doesn't want him, but Venom really liked having Peter's powers, and like, you know, something like that. And so but then that would really be more a conflict between Eddie and Venom than between Venom and Spider-Man, right? Like or, you know, Venom as Eddie and the symbiote versus Spider-Man. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, so. You think they could make the Venom version of Spider-Man a bad guy? I don't think audiences would like that very much. I think there are a lot of superheroes that you can do interesting things with making them a bad guy, but I don't think they would accept that for Spider-Man. I don't think that would work. Now, certainly you can have Spider-Man variants who are bad guys, like, you know, in Across the Spider-Verse, Spider-Man 2099 is a bad guy, but Peter Parker himself is a bad guy? I don't know. You can certainly have the, Peter with the Venom symbiote being, you know, bully Parker and stuff like that. But, like, that's an external thing, right? That is the symbiote itself making him worse. I don't see a movie in which Venom is the good guy and Peter's the bad guy. I don't see that working out. I don't see audiences responding well to that. What do you think will become of the Vulture and Morbius team up? Nothing. They're gonna fucking forget that one. That's dropped like a wet diaper. There's no chance they ever come back to that. Oh god, that was such a mess. In fact, I think I heard that they might be bringing Vulture back to the MCU. So, yeah, I genuinely do not think we're ever going to see Morbius again. And if we see Vulture again, it will be in the MCU, and they will probably just pretend that the whole thing, with Morbius never even happened. Quinn says, feel like Batman and Spider-Man are two characters who cannot be the villain. Batman can easily be the villain. You can easily write a Batman villain. Especially if you're going with the Frank Miller interpretation of Batman, because Frank Miller is a bit of a fascie, and he wrote Batman and quite fascie. So, yeah, I think you can easily do, considering he's the Dark Knight, and he doesn't kill because he knows if he starts killing, he won't stop. I think you could tell a very interesting story about a Batman who has become the villain because he started to kill. I think that, yeah, I think the potential is there. But I don't see a story in which Peter Parker willingly becomes the villain. Not without outside influence like the Venom suit.
Oh, yeah.
Do I think Venom and Eddie will lose their memories of being in the MCU in Venom 3? He was so drunk that whole time, like, he literally just spent the whole time drinking that he could just write it off as, like, a drunken binge and forget about it, right? Like,
That was cool.
but no, I don't think he's gonna lose his memory of that. I think it will probably come into play in, like, maybe Secret Wars. Like I said, it's entirely possible that Venom shows up in Secret Wars. I think if he and Tom Holland are ever to interact, that's probably where it would be. So why did Venom and Eddie transport to the MCU if they didn't even know about Spider-Man? Because they didn't have a plan. They wrote that end scene where they had him transport into the MCU, probably like in early, like threw it in. They thought maybe we can work something in, and then like maybe Tom Hardy couldn't like actually go and negotiate a deal to have like a proper starring role in the movie, or there was a scheduling conflict. I don't know what all went down there, but it really felt like they wrote that end scene without like an ultimate plan for him, or they deliberately teased him knowing that he wasn't actually going to be there just so that people would show up hoping to see a Venom versus Spider-Man match that didn't ultimately end up happening. Yeah, honestly, I think the end credit scene for Venom 2 when he ends up in the MCU had me so hyped knowing that Spider-Man 3 was going to be a multiverse story. But then when they didn't end up using Venom there, it's just like, okay, you guys didn't actually have a plan for that. And like knowing that they actually didn't even they like, you know, weren't even sure who they were gonna have at any one point for No Way Home. Like for a substantial part of development, they didn't even think they were going to have the other Peters. Like that was not a given. And which is surprising considering like it's a substantial part of the film. But like so much of these movies are in flux at any one point, and they'll like reshoot entire parts of it just to fix, you know, there is no plan. These Marvel movies are developed basically right up until they come out. Like they are making changes to these movies basically right up until the premiere.
Nice job.
So do you think Venom would have teamed up with the Sinister Five for the 3 Spider-Men if he made it to New York? It's really hard to say. Like, because the Tom Hardy version of Venom, he really isn't a villain. He's just, I don't see that version really working well as a Spider-Man villain, you know? And like, especially because, like, the motivation for Eddie and Venom to hate Peter is because they were both of their lives were ruined by Peter, basically. And so if you eschew their origins as being tied to Peter, it doesn't make as much sense for them to have a conflict. I mean, you could write anything, like, you know, being honest, but like, it wouldn't ring true to what we know of their conflict from the comics, I don't think. And maybe that's why they ended up not doing it. Maybe they couldn't find a way to make it work. Remember when Deadpool was in X-Men Origins? Nope. I remember when Ryan Reynolds was in X-Men Origins. But that wasn't Deadpool. Like, I even think that the reason that Ryan Reynolds agreed to do Deadpool in X-Men Origins Wolverine was because they said, we're gonna do him anyway, and he's just like, well, they're probably gonna screw him up, but if I'm playing him, at least I can maybe do some damage control. Because he really wanted to play him. It's kind of the role he was born to play. So... But like, yeah, I mean, really the whole reason that Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool to begin with is Blade Trinity, right? Like, the way, I don't even remember the name of his character in Blade Trinity, but like, he basically was playing Deadpool at that point. And like, that movie heavily relied on his improv antics because Wesley Snipes was so difficult to work with on that set. And so they were just like, they would just have Ryan Reynolds do a bunch of improv and play that off of the whatever reaction shots they could get from Wesley Snipes. And it also gave us the wonderful ad-libbed insult of cock-juggling thunder cunt. Ryan Reynolds came up with that one, and it's fantastic. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds really is top tier. Yeah, it's a role he was born to play, for sure. Oh, you know, I don't think I want to. I think I need to find another. What's a faster? Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to do this one. Let's try this again. There we go.
See ya.
Do I think Deadpool will meet Kevin? You mean Kevin Feige? I don't think they're going to do that. And the reason I don't think they're going to do that is because they already used that joke in She-Hulk. She-Hulk climbed out of the Disney Plus menu in the final episode to go confront Kevin Feige at Marvel Studios, and then we found out that Kevin is actually an advanced AI who has been running all of the Marvel movies through his formula. So because of that, I don't think they're going to do that in Deadpool. I think that joke has already been run. Do I think Mark will meet his evil self in Invincible? Well, I have read the Invincible comics, and I will tell you that he doesn't just meet one version of his evil self. There is a multiverse in Invincible, and in most other universes, Mark teamed up with his dad. And the fact that the main villain this season is a guy with multiversal powers should tell you a lot about where things are going to be going. You think Omni-Man won't show up until the last 2 episodes? Well, in the comics, he does disappear for a while after their fight. So, yeah, we probably aren't going to see him for most of this season.
What lies beyond? I must know.
Now, obviously, like I said, Invincible, the show is very faithful to the comic, but not all of the events take place in the same order as the comic. Like things are spread out better for pacing concerns. There's a couple character changes. Like Amber in the comics is like a nothing character, and she's like a blonde white girl. They changed her up quite a bit to make her a more interesting character for the show. But by and large, the show is very faithful, and the biggest changes are just to pacing. So I don't have any like definitive statement on when Omni-Man will show back up, other than he will show back up, obviously. But it's kind of hard to tell. It would make sense for him to show back up later this season. Imagine if I would love Spider-Man to show up in Invincible. I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, it happened in the comics. I would absolutely love it to happen here, but like, it's a lot easier to do tie-in comic crossovers than it is to do for a for an animated show. I don't, you know, just juggling the rights for that, I think, is going to be probably too difficult to get pulled off. I'd love to see it happen. I don't have high hopes for it. And also, it's not like his team up with Spider-Man was like consequential to this story. Like, they just took advantage of the fact that he was fighting a guy with the ability to open portals to other dimensions, so that he just happened to end up in a crossover comic with Spider-Man at one point. Like, it was completely inconsequential to the plot. It was just a little fun thing. It's like, hey, we can have him and Spider-Man team up. He says, so that's the reason why we're getting a Marvel and DC crossover movie. I have heard nothing about that. I would absolutely love that to happen. I would love an Avengers versus Justice League movie. I don't know how that would happen. I mean, I know Kevin Feige and James Gunn would love to collab on it. Like, yeah, absolutely. They're buddies, but it, you know, like that is a conversation that's like above even their pay grade. And I don't see David Zaslav being as accommodating, considering he's the one who runs Warner Brothers Discovery now. So yeah, that's, I don't see them getting the same deal that they got with, like, you know, with Sony and Amy Pascal. Oh, you forgot to put in never? Okay. I was just like, yeah, I haven't heard anything about that. I would love to see it. I would absolutely, like, if we're doing the multiverse stuff, yes, I would love an Avengers versus Justice League movie. That would be so fun. But I don't see it happening. What do I think the Defenders were doing during the events of Infinity War and Endgame? Blipping. I think they were blipped. I think all the Defenders were blipped during that period. It's honestly disappointing that the Defenders didn't show up for Endgame when everyone else showed up. I would have loved to see the Defenders show up there. That would have been cool. You don't know how you frame Avengers. Like, I think either studio would want to team up instead. Well, like, that's, I mean, obviously you would do, like, when I say Avengers versus Justice League, it's like, you know, Batman versus Superman, where you have them fight, but then they team up to take on the bigger threat. I mean, the first Avengers movie did that. Like, Iron Man and Cap fight Thor. Thor fights Hulk. They did a bunch of that stuff where, like, you know, the heroes were fighting amongst themselves. Everyone loves to see when two superheroes fight. Like, that's a fun thing to see. Oh, I guess I'm done with that. I'm going to World 4. Yeah. And like it doesn't need to be a fight movie either. I was just saying a potential movie. Like, yeah, no, I would love to see any movie with multiverse shenanigans where they have a DC Marvel crossover. That would be so much fun. It's happened all the time in the comics. Love to see it in the movies. It's never going to happen, but I would love to see it happen. And I think at this point, we're with James Gunn as president of DC, we're probably positioned the best we've ever been to have it happen. So if it could happen, it would be now. I just don't see it. I don't even think with James Gunn as president of DC, I don't even think with that we get that happening. It's sad, but oh.
It's so hot.
We'd like to have seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. characters for Endgame 2, though given the direction they took the show, I know why they didn't. Well, the issue with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Defenders shows and all of that is that those shows were being produced by Marvel Television, which was being run by Ike Perlmutter, because it was under Marvel Entertainment, whereas Marvel Studios had been reorganized out from underneath Marvel Entertainment, so Kevin Feige didn't have to answer to Ike Perlmutter anymore. So Kevin Feige had no involvement with any of the Marvel TV shows, except for the first season of Agent Carter. He deliberately wanted to be involved with that one, but aside from that, like the canonicity of those shows was always in question. And so, like, it really wasn't until they decided to bring in Charlie Cox, you know, and Kingpin that were like, oh, okay, I guess those shows were canon. And even then, it's like, it could be like a broad strokes canon thing. You're not sure how much of the canon is actually there. I completely missed that. Do I think Multiverse Loki will meet Thor? 100%. That will absolutely happen. I would put money on that happening. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it'll either happen in Kang Dynasty or Secret Wars. One of those two, it will happen. I mean, for God's sake, he's literally like holding together the world tree now. So yeah, no, it's gonna happen. Oops. Yeah.
Come with me. Keep at it.
Oops. Oh, I guess I do need to go up this way. Do I think the reunion will be played for laughs or will it be a serious moment? I think it'll be a serious moment. There's a lot of sentimentality between those two. And I also think they realized that they overstepped how comedic they made Thor in Love and Thunder. Because Taika Waititi is not going to be directing Thor 5. They're going a different route with Thor 5. And, like... I think, yeah, I no thanks. But yeah, no, I think we will see, and you know, there might be some jokes, be like, hey Loki, you holding things together okay? But no, like considering, I mean, now granted, like Thor knows, is like, yes, I know Loki keeps dying all the time, so I shouldn't be surprised that he's not actually dead, but given how final the Thanos death seems to be, where it didn't, and like Thanos even said no resurrections this time, where it looked like, oh no, Loki isn't faking his death, Loki got killed for real. I think Thor has kind of like at this point accepted that Loki's dead. So I don't think it's going to be played for laughs. I think they might throw in a joke with their meeting, but I think it will be played a very emotional moment, actually.
Here we go.
It won't be like the Peter Quill and Gamora scene from Endgame. Yeah. I know that wasn't the Joss Whedon movie, that was a Russo movie, but like that is exactly how Joss Whedon would have written that scene. You know? Said you think the only joke they could do is Loki pointing out that Thor is fat. Well, Thor's not fat anymore, so they couldn't really pull that joke off. Yeah, Thor lost his weight in Love and Thunder, so. And by the way, like a lot of people, I remember when that thing happened, some people were complaining about how they had turned Thor into a fat joke. But like, I actually really appreciated the maturity with which they handled Thor's storyline in Endgame. Like, yeah, sure, some people were making fat jokes, but I think overall, like, his trauma was handled well. Like you know, like, sure, some characters were disrespectful of it, but when he met his mom in the timeline, and the way that that Rocket, you know, talked to him, that it was obviously very respectful to acknowledging his trauma and helping him work through it.
Hey, you worked up a sweat.
And like, you know, I really liked Thor's arc in Endgame. I felt seen in that. Just, you know, I've had you know, my bouts with depression and everything. So I really liked Thor's story in Endgame. And sure, they had, and War Machine, you know, made a fat joke about him, but like, I think overall the film was very respectful of Thor's trauma. Remember when Hulk was a serious character? Well, I mean, it really depends on who's writing him. Hulk can always be a serious character again. Like, Thor went from Thor Ragnarok, where he was just an entirely silly character, to Infinity War and Endgame, where, sure, there was fat jokes about him, but, like, he went through, like, he had, like, a serious and mature character arc. Like, especially in Infinity War, like, you know, dude was dealing with some immediate trauma and was seeking vengeance. He had just lost half his people and his brother.
Thank you.
And Heimdall. And like, yeah, like, and seeing him go through all of that and fucking it up at the end because he wanted Thanos to suffer. Seeing how badly he failed there. Like, I really liked Thor's arc in Infinity War and Endgame. Do I think Brewster Scott will ever find a way to turn Cap young again? I mean, that's entirely up to whether Chris Evans wants to come back as Captain America.
It's a long way down.
If he does, then, you know, it's the MCU. Literally anything can happen if they want it to. But that is ultimately going to be up to Chris Evans if he wants to return. I do know that they have scheduled some extensive reshoots on the new Captain America movie. They're like reworking 3 whole scenes. 3 like big action sequences is what they said they were working on, and I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to rework the character of Sabra entirely, because Sabra was announced for the movie, and if you don't know who Sabra is in Marvel Comics, she is a Mossad agent. And given what's going on in Israel right now, they might want to avoid doing that. They might be doing reshoots to fix that. You just realized that half of Team Iron Man from Civil War is now dead. Okay, so we've got Tony's dead.
Thank you.
Natasha's dead. Vision is dead, but White Vision is out there. But he doesn't really have all of Vision's memories, so I guess you can consider him a different character, even though he is Vision's original body. Who else? Oh, you know what? I just realized. Black Panther, that's true. He's dead. I don't want to do that. Fuck, pick a pipe. How about you? Yeah, I can do this. But yeah, I guess, yeah, that kind of sucks. Well, and especially too, like, you know, they never intended for Black Panther to be dead. That was entirely a consequence of, you know, Chadwick Boseman actually dying. So... Pretty neat. Meanwhile, Team Cap only has one member dead. Who's dead on Team Cap? You'll have to remind me. Sorry, I was getting distracted thinking about the characters, and then I kind of just got lost into the game.
Thank you.
Yeah. Scarlet Witch. I mean, I don't think that Scarlet Witch is dead. Like, when the thing collapsed, you saw, like, a red flash in Multiverse of Madness, and she could have easily teleported away. So I don't think she's dead. I think we will definitely see her again. Okay. It's time to finish this fight. This is the last castle I need to do. Then it is World Bowser, which is technically just still part of the Petal Isles, but I get to do Castle Bowser.
You're not going in there, are you?
Did they actually want to kill each other in Civil War? No. That's why they were going for like non-lethal methods of fighting each other for a big part of it. In fact, like once when the fuel truck got thrown, and then Ant-Man goes, "Oh man, I thought that was a water truck." Like he obviously didn't intend to send a to send a big exploding fireball at the other Avengers. So no, it was obviously and that the airport fight. Yeah, none of them were trying to kill each other. It was just a conflict where one side is just trying to distract the other while enough of them can get away to go and find the super soldiers that Zemo's trying to unleash, and then the other is just trying to arrest them. That fight got way out of hand, and yeah, nobody won. But then the end fight in Siberia between Iron Man and Cap and Bucky. Oh, that's right. I need to punk you. There we go. Sorry, got distracted there. Yeah, Iron Man definitely wanted to kill some people there, and I can't say I blame him. Like, I totally understand his motivations there. Obviously, I didn't want him to, but like, I thought they did a very good job of selling those motivations. I totally bought that fight. And that's the best fight in the movie. Like, sure, people remember the airport fight, and it's a fun fight because that's when you have all the Avengers fighting. But the actual important fight with real stakes was the end fight where Tony is literally trying to kill Cap and Bucky. How dare you? There we go. Do I think Chris Pratt did a good job as Mario? I couldn't say. I haven't seen it. Oh, with the possible exception of Black Panther toward Winter Soldier. That's fair. Yes. No. T'Challa did want to kill Bucky. Yes. All right. Now it's time to do the final stages. I don't have a timer on screen, but I started this run at around 7:27 and it's 10:13 now, so it's about a 3-hour run. Do I think Miles and Prowler Miles will team to defeat the Spot? No, I do not think so. I think Prowler Miles is not going to be a redeemed character. And I don't think they're going to be spending most of the movie there. I think that end there was a good vision of a what could have been, but I don't think they're going to be spending most of the third movie in that universe. I think that's going to be like a Jabba's Palace type of situation, where like the first third of the movie will be rescuing Peter from there, and then they're going to have to deal with the Spot and with Spider-Man 2099. Because Spider-Man 2099, he's like kind of the real villain. Axel says it's been 5 hours. Well, stream has been 5 hours, but this run I started at 7:30. Do I think Kingpin will be in Beyond the Spider-Verse? Anything's possible, but I don't see a big reason for them to do that. If he is, he's not going to play a major role. He might have just a brief appearance. No, I lost my bubble. Oh, I just realized I actually don't need to do any of the Wonder Flowers for the final stuff because I don't have any more Wonder Seed requirements, so I should probably skip the Wonder Flowers for these. I'm in this one, so I'll do it, but for the other ones, I don't need to do them unless they are like a mandatory part of the level. Like Knucklefest, I'm pretty sure that flower is a necessary part of the level. Oh. Alright, come on back. There we go. Who do I think was at fault for Thanos not making away half the universe? Peter, Thor, or Strange? They all share some culpability, right? I think Strange not so much because Strange looked through and saw all of the possibilities. And like, if he didn't see a possibility where hiding the the time stone from Thanos would result in their win, that means that Thanos was going to get the time stone anyway. That means that Thanos would have figured out where Doctor Strange was hiding it and would have gotten it. That's why he bargained with it for Tony's life. Because he knew Thanos was going to get it anyway. Peter, yeah, absolutely. Peter fucked up. Peter definitely, he definitely did that. I also think, like, some people were complaining about Peter doing that, but I thought that was like wholly consistent with his character. I actually, I liked that they did that. I thought that was very true to his character. Ow. Because I know a lot of people were mad at him for that, but I thought it was exactly the kind of thing he would have done. So I guess we should mostly blame Thor, because Thor wanted Thanos to suffer first when he could have gone for the head.
Thank you.
But then another analysis of it, if you go far enough back, you could blame Cap for the whole thing, because Cap was the reason that the Avengers weren't together. And with the Avengers split apart, you know, divide and conquer is the oldest strategy. That's kind of why Thanos was able to get the stones in the first place. Oh my god, really? I immediately lose it? That's bullshit. Damn it. So what did War Machine do after Endgame? Well, I'm pretty sure by that point, just based on what we saw in Secret Invasion, I'm pretty sure War Machine was a scroll for that entire movie. So the actual War Machine was being held in a facility in Russia. And then I just realized I didn't need to go down here. Or maybe I did. Yeah, well, now I have to. There was probably a way to skip doing this flower. Oh, well. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah. For a second, I was just like, wait, is this the Knucklefest? No, it's the boat. Why did the MCU never give Hawkeye his own movie? Because he's not as interesting a character as the others. He doesn't have any cool powers. They gave him they gave him a TV show. which was really more of Kate Bishop's show anyway, but, you know. I mean, the reason they never gave a Hulk a follow-up movie is just because, you know, Universal owns the film rights. Or, yeah, Universal owned the film rights, so they didn't want to give Universal creative control over any Hulk movies. And, you know, they didn't want to miss out on the revenue from doing a Hulk movie, so they just had Hulk be a side character. But for Hawkeye, it was just he's not as interesting a character for them. Speaking of those TV shows, do you think they could have been made into movies? I think they would have been better as they were, just shortened and made it into movies. I think, well, maybe Hawkeye maybe is a show, but for the most part, 6-episode shows, that is way too short. It just ends up being a movie with some padding. I think they need to make longer shows or they need to make movies. Fuck. Where'd you come from? No, I keep getting hit by those things. Ow. Do you remember the What If show? Yeah, I liked What If. I thought What If was a really good show. I didn't like the ending so much because, like, it didn't feel satisfying as, like, a conclusion. Just for all of these characters from disparate things to team up. Because they didn't even really team up. Like, they all just kind of fought on their own. And there was no real meaningful aspects to them having all joined up, right? Ow. I did not mean to ground pound there. Do I get? No, I don't. You hope in season 2 they make a What If the other half got snapped by Thanos? That would be that's a cool idea. That's a really cool idea. Wouldn't be able to have Chadwick Boseman come back for T'Challa for that one, sadly, but that would be a cool one. I mean, you know, they had, like, they didn't have Scarlett Johansson or Robert Downey Jr. come back for that show either, so you know, it's not like every single MCU character was voiced by their movie counterpart in there, so you know. Now, I do know there was one character that was in the What If finale who didn't have their own episode. And I'm trying to remember which one it was, but it was a character. They had intended that episode to air for What If season 1, but it wasn't finished in time, so it got bumped to season 2. So we'll find. I'm trying to remember which character it was. I think it was the version of Gamora they had. I just realized I could have skipped this whole thing. There we go. Yeah, Gamora. Yeah, that's right. It was Gamora. Was my least favorite episode of What If? Probably the Thor party animal one. I mean, there was some funny stuff to it, but like there was no stakes to that episode. It was literally just a silly episode. Also, the Marvel Zombies episode, there was some real tonal dissonance there. Where, like, all of their friends are dying, but they're making jokes about it. Yeah. There was some parts of Marvel Zombies that I really liked. Like, the threat of a zombie Wanda was very terrifying. But, yeah, I think, who's my least favorite character in the MCU? That's a good question. I'll have to think on that one. Like, just any character overall anywhere? Or, like, are we talking least favorite villain, least favorite hero? Because, you know, there's a lot of characters in the MCU. Like, I could just pick, you know, like a random side character from one of the movies, but let's make it more interesting. Give me a category. About least favorite villain? Okay. Well, there's a lot of really forgettable villains. God. Maybe Aldrich Killian. He really sucked. He was not interesting at all. Oh, I can skip all this. That's right. 1, 2, 3, jump. Gotcha. Least favorite hero. Probably one of the Eternals. That movie was very forgettable. Oops. Gotcha. Sorry if I'm focusing on the fight here, so I'm not thinking immediately about the answers to the questions. Yeah, I think, okay, my least favorite hero is probably Thena, Angelina Jolie's character in Eternals. Oops. Dang it. There we go. Okay, go away, ball. There we go. All right, and there it is. That was about 3 hours and 10 minutes. Nobody's breaking any records there, but for a first attempt with no routing, I think I did okay. Her character's not done well in Eternals. Eternals just wasn't done well. And, like, you know, it was kind of a toss-up between maybe, like, her and... I don't even remember Kumail Nanjiani's character's name in that movie. But it could easily be him, too. Like, he wasn't even in the final fight. Like, he didn't pick a side. He just walked away. Eternals should have been a TV show. Well, I think, like, if they were going to do Eternals, they should have introduced at least one of those characters beforehand. Like, the idea that we've got these gods who have been around since the beginning of time, but we're only now seeing them in the MCU. They weren't showing up anywhere else. like they didn't show up in Endgame. They had to explain why they didn't show up in Endgame. Like, it's a really hard sell. Particularly when the whole purpose of them, you know, they're like, oh, we weren't there to interfere against Thanos. We were only there for, you know, specific threats to, like, what, you know, we were only supposed to protect human evolution. But, like, the ultimate purpose of them was to make sure there were enough humans to have sentience energy for the Titan within, or was it a Titan, or like, you know, for the Celestial within Earth to be born, and Tiamat to be born, which was delayed when Thanos got the Infinity Stones and snapped half the universe. Let me skip all that. So, like, they really should have been, you know, interfering, because, like, that delayed Tiamat's birth by, like, 5 years. Or, like, possibly, you know, centuries if otherwise.
Sometime, yeah?
Yeah, we can only counter the deviants. Yeah, that was so stupid. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That was such a bullshit explanation for why we hadn't seen them before. Like, it would have been better if they had come up with something where, like, they had been briefly defeated, and so they weren't around during the when Thanos showed up, because, like, maybe they were being held in stasis by a villain or something like that, and it wasn't until the snap happened that they were freed from it. Like, even that would have been like, okay, it's a little hacky to explain why they didn't show up, but for them to be around and active and seeing Thanos show up and willfully not act to stop Thanos. Yeah, that was really stupid. God. The MCU after Endgame has been such a mess. I did really like Loki, though. I was really satisfied with how Loki ended up. But just overall, phases 4 and 5 have been such a mess. Anyway, there it is. I beat Mario Wonder, and I did a bunch of reviews and stuff, so I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and let me see if there's somebody I can raid you out to. Give me a second here. Is Keffel still alive? Yeah, Keffels is still alive. Okay, we're gonna raid out to Keffels. All right. You have a lovely evening, and go say hi to Keffels for me. Give her a wiggle.